Awakening Spaces. The Unfolding Mystery of Consciousness. Preface. In the quiet spaces between thoughts, beneath the surface of our daily lives, lies a vast, unexplored territory. For millennia, wisdom traditions from every corner of the globe have whispered of a deeper reality, a higher state of being accessible to all. These teachings speak of shifting from a state of merely observing the world to one of profound participation, where the lines between self and other, inner and outer, dissolve into a unified field of awareness. This book aims to illuminate a series of potential shifts in perception, a gradual awakening to the interconnected nature of all existence. It is an invitation to explore the landscape of spiritual evolution, not as a destination to be reached, but as an unfolding process within each individual. Approach these concepts with an open mind and a willing heart, allowing the ideas to resonate and germinate within you. The journey is unique for each soul, yet certain patterns and understandings emerge as we move towards greater consciousness. Humanity stands at a pivotal moment. The structures and narratives that have defined our past are revealing their limitations, prompting a deep yearning for something more. We see the interconnectedness of challenges worldwide, the intricate web of cause and effect that binds us together. This awareness, however, often coexists with a profound sense of disconnection within ourselves, a feeling of being separate from the flow, trapped in patterns of reactivity and suffering. This book explores a potential pathway beyond this fragmentation. It delves into the nature of consciousness itself, suggesting that our perception is not merely a passive mirror of reality, but an active force shaping our experience. By understanding certain key shifts in awareness, we can begin to move from a state of conditioned response to one of conscious choice, participating more fully in the unfolding mystery of life. This is not about achieving enlightenment overnight, but about embracing a continuous process of learning, healing, and expanding our sphere of awareness. As we explore these ideas, imagine them not as rules to follow, but as invitations to discover the inherent wisdom and love already present within. Chapter 1. The Call of the New Consciousness. There comes a point in many lives when the familiar feels inadequate. The narratives we've been living, the beliefs we've held, the ways we interpret the world, begin to feel thin, insufficient to contain the richness of our inner experience or the complexity of the external reality. A subtle restlessness arises, a sense that something is missing, that we are looking at the world through a distorted lens. This is not necessarily a state of crisis, but rather a quiet signal, a call from a deeper level of being, inviting us to awaken to a new way of perceiving and engaging with life. This emerging awareness often starts with heightened sensitivity. We might find ourselves noticing the nuances in conversations that previously went unnoticed, feeling a deeper empathy for others' struggles, or experiencing a stronger connection to the natural world. The world seems to become more vibrant, more alive. Simultaneously, old patterns may feel more rigid, more resistant to change. Habits of thought that once seemed natural, judgment, criticism, worry, the constant need for external validation, may suddenly appear clumsy, even alien. This friction between the emerging awareness and the familiar egoic self can be uncomfortable, sometimes even disorienting. It's like standing at the edge of a vast, unexplored territory, feeling the pull of the unknown while still anchored to the familiar shore. Yet, beneath this discomfort lies a profound potential. This initial sensitivity is the first tremor of a larger shift, the beginning of a move away from seeing ourselves as isolated entities defined solely by our thoughts and histories. It's the dawn of understanding that our perception itself is a powerful force, shaping not just how we experience the world, but how we contribute to it. The call is to recognize this sensitivity not as a mere anomaly, but as a gateway. It's an invitation to investigate the nature of our own consciousness, to explore the possibility that there is more to reality than what our ordinary senses and conditioned minds typically reveal. This initial stage often involves a growing awareness of the interplay between inner and outer. We might notice how our internal state directly influences our interactions, or how external events trigger deeper emotional responses than before. This interconnectedness is not just a philosophical concept, it becomes a lived experience. The realization begins to dawn that separating the self from the world is an illusion, a construct of the mind. True understanding arises when we see the reflection of our own inner landscape in the outer world, and vice versa. This chapter marks the beginning of a journey into the heart of this new consciousness. It's about learning to listen to that subtle inner call, to honor the discomfort of change, and to see the world through a lens of increasing awareness and interconnectedness. It's the first step in moving beyond mere observation towards conscious participation in the unfolding mystery of existence. The path ahead involves exploring the nature of thought, the role of emotion, the power of silence, and the nature of love itself. These are not abstract concepts, but fundamental aspects of the human experience that, when understood and integrated, can transform our lives. The journey towards understanding the deeper nature of existence is not one undertaken lightly. It requires a willingness to look beyond the familiar, to question the very foundations of one's beliefs, and to embrace the unknown with an open heart and mind. This path is not for the faint of heart, yet it offers a profound transformation for those who dare to walk it. At the outset, one must recognize that the universe is a tapestry woven with threads of interconnectedness. Every action, every thought, every emotion sends ripples through this vast network, influencing everything around it. This realization is the first step on the path to spiritual evolution. It is an acknowledgement that we are not isolated entities but part of a greater whole, a collective consciousness that is constantly evolving. The initial stages of this journey often involve a period of introspection. One must look inward, examining the beliefs and conditioning that have been imposed upon them throughout their lives. This process can be challenging, as it requires confronting aspects of oneself that may be uncomfortable or even painful. However, it is through this honest self-examination that true growth begins. As one delves deeper, they begin to notice subtle shifts in their perception of the world. The ordinary becomes extraordinary, and the mundane reveals its hidden beauty. This heightened awareness is a sign that the senses are becoming more attuned to the subtle energies that permeate all things. It is as if a veil has been lifted, allowing one to see the world with fresh eyes. The next phase involves learning to harness these newfound perceptions. This is where the practice of mindfulness becomes crucial. By focusing on the present moment, one can stay grounded and avoid getting lost in the distractions of the past or the anxieties of the future. Mindfulness is not about achieving a state of perfect stillness but about maintaining a clear and focused awareness of one's surroundings and inner state. As one continues on this path, they begin to encounter what might be described as synchronicities. These are moments when events seem to align in a meaningful way, as if the universe is guiding them toward their next step. These synchronicities are not mere coincidences but are, in fact, signs that one is on the right path. They serve as confirmation that the journey is unfolding as it should. One of the most profound aspects of this journey is the realization that love is the fundamental energy of the universe. Everything that exists is a manifestation of love, and everything that happens is an expression of love. This understanding transforms one's relationship with the world, fostering a sense of compassion and empathy for all beings. It is through love that the connections between all things become apparent, and it is through love that one can begin to heal and transform. The journey towards spiritual evolution is not a linear one. There will be setbacks, moments of doubt, and periods of uncertainty. However, these challenges are not meant to discourage but to strengthen. Each obstacle is an opportunity to grow, to learn, and to deepen one's understanding. It is through these trials that the soul is refined and prepared for the next stage of its evolution. As one progresses, they begin to develop a sense of unity with all things. The boundaries between self and other begin to blur, and one experiences a profound sense of interconnectedness. This realization is both humbling and empowering, as it allows one to see the world from a broader perspective and to understand their place within the grand tapestry of existence. The final stages of this journey involve a transformation of consciousness. One begins to realize that the mind is not just a tool for processing information but a gateway to a vast inner universe. By exploring this inner landscape, one can tap into the infinite potential that lies within. This is where the true power of the human spirit is revealed, and where one can begin to manifest their highest purpose. In the end, the journey towards spiritual evolution is about discovering the divine within oneself and extending that divine awareness to all beings. It is a path of love, compassion, and unity, leading to a profound transformation of the human experience. For those who are willing to embark on this journey, the rewards are immeasurable, offering a glimpse into the boundless potential that lies within each of us. Chapter 2. Humanity stands at a threshold, with potential unlike any before. The dense fog of ordinary perception, the mist that has clouded consciousness for millennia, is beginning to thin. A new understanding is dawning, one that suggests the world as we know it is far more malleable, more interconnected, and far more alive than our everyday awareness allows. This shift is not merely intellectual, it is experimental, demanding a fundamental reorientation of the self. The journey towards this new perception begins within. It requires turning the gaze inward, away from the constant external stimuli that demand our attention and towards the vast, intricate landscape of our own inner universe. This is not about escaping the world, but about recognizing that the world exists within us, and vice versa. The separation we have long believed in, self and other, mind and matter, inner and outer reality, is revealed as an illusion, a construct of the limited consciousness we have heretofore operated from. Imagine, if you will, a vast, intricate tapestry. For most of human history, we have perceived only a small, disconnected portion of it, focusing on the individual threads as if they were the entirety of the weave. We have named these threads self, others, events, circumstances, believing them to be separate and distinct. The emerging understanding reveals that these threads are, in fact, interwoven more closely than we can imagine. Each thread influences every other, creating a living, dynamic pattern that is constantly unfolding. This pattern is the fundamental structure of reality. It is the underlying blueprint of existence, the field of potential from which all things arise. To perceive this pattern is to step outside the limited perspective of the isolated self and embrace a more holistic understanding. It is to recognize that every thought, every feeling, every action sends ripples through this vast tapestry, affecting not only our own lives but the lives of others and the very fabric of the world around us. This realization brings with it a profound responsibility. If our actions are interwoven with the lives of others and the state of the world, then our choices take on a significance far greater than we have previously acknowledged. The old paradigm, which encouraged separation and competition, is giving way to a new understanding of collaboration and co-creation. We are not merely inhabitants of this world, we are active participants in its unfolding, co-creating our reality moment by moment through our perception and our actions. The path to perceiving this pattern is not easy. It requires a willingness to let go of old beliefs and conditioning, to embrace the unknown with curiosity rather than fear. It demands practice, patience, and a persistent commitment to observing the inner landscape with clarity and compassion. We must learn to distinguish between the arising of thoughts and feelings and our true nature, the conscious awareness that observes them. This process begins with the simple act of attention. By bringing mindful awareness to our thoughts, feelings, and sensations, we begin to disentangle ourselves from the constant chatter of the mind and connect with a deeper level of awareness. This is the fertile ground where the perception of the underlying pattern can take root. As this new perception begins to emerge, the world around us starts to reflect it back to us. Miracles, in this context, are not extraordinary events that defy explanation, but rather the natural manifestation of reality when perceived through the lens of this new understanding. They are the visible signs of the interconnectedness and the intelligence of the underlying pattern. Consider the phenomenon of synchronicity, those meaningful coincidences that seem to defy ordinary explanation. They are the universe's way of signaling the underlying connection between all things. When we learn to perceive these connections, the world becomes alive with meaning and possibility. The rigid structures of our old perception begin to dissolve, replaced by a more fluid and dynamic understanding of reality. This does not mean that life becomes free from challenge or difficulty. The path of spiritual evolution is one of transformation, not elimination of struggle. However, the way we relate to these challenges changes. We begin to see them not as insurmountable obstacles, but as opportunities for growth and learning. Each difficulty is a chance to deepen our understanding of the pattern, to refine our perception and our response to it. The ultimate goal of this journey is not to achieve a state of perfect enlightenment or to escape the world. It is to embrace our full potential as conscious co-creators within the unfolding pattern of reality. It is to live from a place of love, compassion, and understanding, recognizing the inherent worth and dignity of all beings and the interconnectedness of all things. As this new perception takes hold, we begin to see the world not as a collection of separate objects and events, but as a living, breathing expression of the divine intelligence that underlies all existence. We begin to understand that we are not merely participants in this world, but co-creators of it, with the power to shape its future through our choices and our actions. This is the great adventure, the unfolding of human consciousness into a new era of understanding and collaboration. It is a journey that begins within, with the simple act of turning our attention inward and perceiving the underlying pattern of reality. It is a journey that offers the promise of a more meaningful, more connected, and more fulfilling existence for all. Chapter 3. Humanity stands at a threshold, a moment of profound transition. The collective consciousness, like a vast ship navigating uncharted waters, has felt the shift. The old ways of seeing the world, rooted in separation and fear, are fraying, revealing a deeper reality beneath. This reality is not a destination to be reached, but the very fabric from which our existence is woven. To understand it is to begin the process of aligning with the natural flow of the universe, a journey of spiritual evolution. The first step on this path involves recognizing the fundamental nature of perception. We live in a world perceived through the senses, filtered through the mind, and colored by the emotions. For most, this filter remains unseen, unexamined. It is taken as the absolute reality, the only lens through which experience is possible. Yet, what if this lens is not the whole picture? What if it is merely one layer, one interpretation, superimposed upon a deeper, more direct awareness? Imagine, for a moment, that you are standing before a large, intricately patterned mirror. This mirror does not merely reflect your physical form, it reflects every thought, every emotion, every belief you hold. More than that, it mirrors the reflections of countless others, like distorted echoes of yourself, creating a complex, shifting kaleidoscope of inner and outer realities. This is, in a sense, the collective consciousness made manifest, a vast, interactive field of awareness. Within this field, each individual consciousness acts as a node, a point of interaction. Your thoughts and feelings ripple outwards, influencing the field, and the field, in turn, shapes your perception. This is the interconnectedness that underlies all existence, the web of life that traditional views often overlook. To evolve spiritually means to become more consciously aware of this interconnectedness, to understand that your inner world is not separate from the outer world, but an integral part of it. The second step involves learning to discern the patterns within this mirror field. As you gaze upon it, you begin to notice recurring motifs, archetypal images that emerge across the reflections. These are the universal symbols of human experience: the journey, the transformation, the descent into the unknown, the return with wisdom. They are the blueprints of spiritual growth, the stages through which consciousness unfolds. Consider the journey of the hero. It begins with the ordinary world, where the individual is unaware of the deeper possibilities. A call to adventure then arises, an invitation to step beyond the familiar and confront the unknown. This often involves a series of trials, challenges that test the individual's resolve and force them to confront their deepest fears. Through these trials, the hero undergoes a transformation, gaining new insights and powers. Finally, they return to the ordinary world, not the same person who left, but transformed, with the potential to bring about change. This pattern is not merely a mythic narrative, it is a template for spiritual evolution. Each individual, in their own way, embarks on this journey. The call to adventure might be a sudden realization, a profound question that arises in the heart, or a series of synchronicities that point towards a new way of seeing the world. The trials are the obstacles we encounter, the internal and external challenges that force us to grow. The transformation is the process of integrating these trials, of shedding old beliefs and embracing new ways of being. The return is the integration of this new awareness into everyday life, the beginning of living from a place of greater wisdom and compassion. The third step is to learn how to navigate this field of mirrors with greater intention. This involves developing the ability to see beyond the surface reflections, to discern the underlying patterns and archetypes. It means learning to choose one's focus, to direct one's awareness towards the reflections that serve growth and healing, rather than getting lost in the distortions of fear and negativity. One way to do this is through the practice of mindfulness. By cultivating moment-to-moment awareness, one begins to disentangle the filter of the mind and access a more direct perception of reality. This is not about suppressing thought or emotion, but about observing them without judgment, recognizing them as transient phenomena within the field of awareness. Another practice is the cultivation of compassion. By extending compassion to oneself and others, one begins to dissolve the barriers of separation, recognizing the shared humanity that binds all beings. This is the recognition that the pain of another is, in a sense, one's own pain, and that the healing of another is, in turn, one's own healing. Finally, one must learn to trust the journey. The path of spiritual evolution is not a linear progression, it is a spiraling process of growth and transformation. There will be moments of doubt, of setbacks, of seemingly inexplicable challenges. Yet, if one remains aligned with the fundamental pattern of growth, these challenges are not obstacles, but opportunities for deeper learning and integration. The mirror field of consciousness is vast and complex, yet it is governed by universal principles. By recognizing these principles, by learning to navigate the field with intention and awareness, each individual can contribute to the collective evolution of humanity. This is not a journey that one can take alone, but it is a journey that each must walk in their own way. As more individuals awaken to the deeper reality of their interconnectedness, the collective consciousness will shift, moving ever closer to a state of unity, wisdom, and love. Chapter 4. The journey into spiritual awareness is like navigating a vast, intricate tapestry, where the threads of understanding intertwine, sometimes hidden, sometimes brightly visible. Early on, the seeker might focus intensely on a single thread, believing it to be the path itself. They practice diligently, refine their perception, and experience moments of clarity related solely to that aspect of their being. This concentration is necessary. It builds the foundational strength required to handle the complexity that follows. However, a pivotal moment arrives. The individual begins to notice connections. The refinement of one thread subtly alters the way another thread appears or feels. A deeper understanding of their emotional landscape, for instance, might shed new light on their patterns of thought, revealing how ingrained beliefs fuel reactive feelings. They start to see that these aspects are not isolated islands but part of a larger, interconnected whole. This realization marks the transition from isolated practice to understanding the systemic nature of their own consciousness. This systemic view is the first glimpse into the underlying pattern governing not only personal evolution but the perceived reality itself. What was once seen as a jumble of separate experiences and insights now reveals itself as a coherent sequence, a developmental map. Like observing the growth of a crystal, where each facet forms according to an internal geometric law, the seeker begins to perceive their own evolution through this lens of unfolding pattern. The initial stages often involve confronting the fragmented nature of the ego, the sense of self built on separation, on I versus other, me versus mine. The practice has been to observe thoughts, feelings, and sensations without judgment, recognizing them as transient phenomena arising within a field of awareness. This observation naturally leads to a sense of detachment, not in the sense of becoming cold or indifferent, but of understanding that these elements are not the core of being. They are like waves on the ocean, constantly changing, distinct yet part of a larger entity. As the understanding deepens, the seeker begins to see how this pattern of fragmentation manifests in the world. The apparent conflicts, the struggles for dominance, the endless cycle of desire and dissatisfaction, these are reflections of the internal fragmentation projected outward. The realization dawns that true peace and harmony cannot come from altering external circumstances alone, but from recognizing and integrating the fragmented aspects within oneself. This integration is not about forcing contradictory parts into a false unity. Instead, it is about perceiving the inherent wholeness that underlies the apparent fragmentation. It is recognizing that observer consciousness, the pure awareness from which thoughts and feelings arise, is the unifying field. The separate elements, thoughts, emotions, sensations, are like different instruments in an orchestra, playing complex harmonies or dissonant tunes depending on the conductor, which is the conscious intention and awareness of the individual. The visualization becomes powerful here. Imagine a mandala, intricate and complex on the surface, yet radiating from a central point of clarity and balance. The seeker begins to perceive their own consciousness in this way. The various aspects of their experience, mental, emotional, physical, are the intricate patterns radiating outwards, but all centered on and reflecting the core of pure awareness. The practice deepens to involve consciously directing this central awareness, becoming the conductor who guides the symphony of experience towards greater harmony and alignment with a deeper purpose. This understanding of the unfolding pattern has profound implications for how one relates to the world. Instead of reacting to external stimuli based on conditioned responses, the individual begins to respond from this place of centered awareness. Challenges are no longer seen solely as obstacles, but as opportunities for further refinement and integration within the larger pattern. Relationships transform, moving beyond transactional dynamics towards genuine connection based on shared awareness and mutual respect for the individual paths unfolding within the collective tapestry. The journey continues, inviting the seeker to look deeper, to perceive the even grander patterns at play. The personal evolution is recognized as part of a larger, cosmic unfolding. A dance of consciousness striving towards greater coherence and love. The initial focus shifts from merely understanding the self to contributing consciously to the evolution of the whole. The individual, once a fragment seeking understanding, now perceives themselves as an integral, aware participant in the magnificent, unfolding pattern of all life. Chapter 5. The journey into spiritual awareness often presents itself as a series of doorways, each revealing a deeper layer of understanding about oneself and the interconnected nature of all existence. One such threshold, encountered after grasping the fundamental nature of thought and its power to shape reality, involves recognizing the profound influence of relationships, the mirrors upon which we project our inner states and from which we receive our own reflections back. It is a common experience to see aspects of ourselves in others, sometimes lovingly, sometimes judgmentally. A friend's frustration might trigger a familiar irritation within us, reminding us of unresolved tensions. A partner's kindness might echo our own capacity for compassion, offering a glimpse into a part of ourselves we may have forgotten or deemed unworthy. These interactions are not merely exchanges of information or services, they are sacred opportunities for perception. Initially, the light of awareness might reveal these mirrors and the reflections they hold with discomfort. We may see in another's negativity a confirmation of our own perceived flaws, deepening a sense of isolation. Or, conversely, we might cling to the reflection of our positive qualities, becoming defensive when the mirror shows anything less than perfection. Both reactions, however, represent a limited engagement with the mirror's truth. The true teaching lies in learning to hold the mirror with equanimity, understanding that the reflection shown is a composite of the other person's inner landscape projected onto the shared field of consciousness, intersecting with our own projection. It is less about the inherent goodness or badness of the reflection and more about the message it conveys about the state of the observer, ourself. As one deepens this understanding, the nature of relationships begins to shift. The need to constantly defend, justify, or condemn diminishes. Instead, there arises a profound sense of curiosity and compassion. When another reflects pain, the initial impulse to withdraw or blame transforms into a recognition. This person is experiencing a deep level of suffering, perhaps mirroring my own unhealed patterns. This does not necessitate pity or merging, it fosters a connection based on shared humanity and the shared journey of evolution. The practice extends beyond human interactions. The natural world becomes an infinite gallery of mirrors. The ruggedness of a mountain might reflect our own unyielding aspects, challenging us to find flexibility. The vastness of the ocean can mirror our own capacity for depth and mystery, reminding us of the unknown parts of ourselves. Even the challenges we face, difficult decisions, moments of failure, periods of solitude, serve as mirrors, forcing us to confront facets of our being that we might otherwise ignore. This recognition does not eliminate the ego's tendency to distort, for the mind is still a powerful filter. The reflection seen is often filtered through past conditioning, fears, desires, and attachments. The advanced practitioner learns to become the observer of this filtering process itself. When a mirror reflects something challenging, the practice becomes not to react to the reflection, but to observe the reaction within oneself, feel the tension, note the judgment, witness the story that arises, and then, gently, to step back from it. This creates a crucial space. In that space, between the reflection and the reaction, lies the potential for transformation. The mirror does not change, the reflection is always what it is. What changes is the relationship of the observer to that reflection. By observing the reaction without identification, one begins to disentangle the self from the ego's projections and judgments. This disentanglement is where the harmony of mirrors emerges. When one can hold multiple reflections, oneself and others, the natural world, internal challenges, with equanimity, a profound sense of interconnectedness arises. The distinctions blur. The suffering of another is no longer entirely separate from one's own, it is recognized as part of the collective human experience, a shared reflection of the unhealed aspects of consciousness. Similarly, the beauty and joy reflected by the world are felt as intrinsically linked to one's own capacity for appreciation. This harmony is not a state of naive positivity or forced agreeableness. It is a state of profound awareness, where the light of understanding illuminates the interconnected web of cause and effect, both within and without. It is the recognition that every action, every thought, every reflection sent out into the world ripples back, contributing to the collective tapestry of experience. Engaging with the mirrors becomes less about seeking validation or avoiding pain, and more about collecting data. Each reflection is a piece of information about the state of consciousness, offering clues about what needs attention, what patterns need to be understood and released. The journey becomes one of increasingly refined perception, using the mirrors of relationships and the world as tools for ongoing self-discovery and evolution. As this understanding deepens, the individual consciousness begins to soften, expanding beyond the narrow focus of the personal ego. The boundaries become permeable, allowing for the influence of the collective consciousness and the wisdom of the universe to flow more freely. One begins to act less from a place of isolated self-interest and more from a place of shared understanding and purpose, contributing consciously to the evolution of the whole. This recognition of the mirrors and the practice of engaging with them equanimously is a significant step on the path. It transforms relationships from potential sources of conflict and suffering into powerful catalysts for spiritual growth. It moves the individual from a place of fragmentation towards the integration required for higher states of consciousness, where the harmony of the mirrors reveals the unified field of being that underlies all apparent separation. Chapter 6. The journey into spiritual evolution is often misunderstood as a solitary pursuit, a personal quest for enlightenment. Yet, beneath the surface of individual transformation lies a profound, collective unfolding, a symphony of consciousness that moves in harmony with the deeper patterns of the universe. To truly understand our place within this grand design, we must first recognize that our inner development is inextricably linked to the evolution of all life. At this stage, one begins to perceive the interconnectedness of everything more clearly. The rigid boundaries that once seemed so absolute begin to dissolve, revealing a web of relationships so intricate that it defies conventional understanding. This realization is not merely an intellectual grasp, it is an experimental shift, a fundamental change in the way we perceive and interact with the world. We start to see the hand of the collective in our own lives, and we recognize that our growth contributes, in however small a way, to the larger movement of evolution. The individual ego, once thought to be the core of our being, now appears as a temporary lens through which we experience the world. It is a necessary tool in the earlier stages of development, but it ultimately becomes an obstacle to the fuller expression of our consciousness. As we move beyond the ego, we discover a deeper layer of self, one that is aligned with the flow of life itself. This new sense of identity is not static, it is dynamic, constantly expanding and integrating new experiences into a broader understanding of existence. This expansion is often accompanied by a sense of unity with all things. In moments of clarity, we may experience a profound sense of oneness with the universe, a feeling that we are part of a greater whole. These experiences, while initially unsettling, are actually signs of progress. They indicate that we are moving beyond our limited perspective and tapping into a more expansive awareness. The challenge, of course, is to maintain this sense of unity in the face of daily life's demands and distractions. One of the key practices that can help sustain this expanded awareness is the cultivation of compassion. As we recognize the interconnectedness of all life, we naturally develop a deeper empathy for others. Our sense of separation diminishes, and we begin to see the suffering of others not as an external phenomenon but as a reflection of our own inner state. This realization can be both humbling and empowering, as it suggests that our actions have a profound impact on the collective consciousness. Another important aspect of this stage is the development of intuition. As we move beyond the reliance on rational thought, we begin to trust our inner guidance more fully. This inner voice, often described as a subtle knowing, can provide insights that go beyond the limitations of the intellect. It is a direct connection to the deeper wisdom of the universe, a source of guidance that can help us navigate the complexities of life with greater ease and clarity. The practice of meditation is particularly useful in this regard. Through regular meditation, we can quiet the mind and create the space necessary for intuitive insights to arise. It is not about achieving a state of emptiness, but rather about creating a receptive state where the deeper wisdom of the collective consciousness can be accessed. Over time, this practice can lead to a profound transformation in our understanding of ourselves and our place in the universe. As we progress through these stages, we begin to see the world with new eyes. The old patterns of thinking and behaving start to fall away, revealing a deeper level of understanding and wisdom. This is not always an easy process. It often involves confronting aspects of ourselves that we would rather ignore. Yet, it is through this confrontation that we can truly grow and evolve. The ultimate goal of this journey is not to reach a final destination, but to become a conscious participant in the unfolding of consciousness itself. It is about contributing to the collective evolution of humanity, recognizing that each individual's growth is a vital part of the larger movement. This understanding can bring a profound sense of purpose and meaning to our lives, as we realize that we are not just passengers on this journey, but active participants in the creation of a new future. In the end, the journey into spiritual evolution is about discovering our true nature and realizing our full potential. It is a journey of transformation, of moving beyond the limitations of the ego and into a more expansive state of being. As we travel this path, we will find that the rewards are not just for ourselves, but for all of humanity. For in the unfolding symphony of consciousness, each note we add contributes to the greater harmony of the whole. Chapter 7. The journey towards spiritual awakening is often depicted as a solitary ascent, a climb up a mountain of personal insight. Yet, the true nature of this path is far more intricate, resembling less a linear climb and more the navigation of an unfolding tapestry. Each thread, vibrant and distinct, represents a different facet of human experience, yet they are all woven together by an unseen, underlying pattern. To progress on this path is not merely to add new threads, but to become increasingly aware of the grand design that connects them all. At first, the individual focuses on their own thread, the narrative of their own life. They seek understanding, healing, and growth, often unaware of the broader context. This initial stage is necessary, for without a strong foundation of self-awareness, the subsequent layers of understanding cannot be properly integrated. The individual learns to see their own patterns, their own reactions, their own conditioning. They begin to unravel the knots that have long held them captive, piece by piece. As awareness deepens, the individual begins to notice the threads of others. The world, once a backdrop for their own story, now reveals itself as a rich tapestry of interconnected lives. What was once perceived as separation begins to dissolve into a sense of unity. The suffering of another is no longer distant but resonates within the individual as if it were their own. This realization is both daunting and exhilarating. It is daunting because it implies a responsibility to engage with the pain of the world, but it is exhilarating because it opens up a vast new realm of compassion and empathy. The next stage involves recognizing the patterns that connect the threads. Just as a weaver sees the overall design in a piece of fabric, so too does the individual begin to discern the underlying patterns of the universe. These patterns are not unplanned but are governed by a set of universal principles. They are the laws of consciousness, the dynamics of energy, the flow of creation itself. To understand these patterns is to begin to speak the language of the tapestry, to comprehend the intentions of the weaver. One of the most profound patterns is the cycle of transformation. Every thread, every life, is subject to this cycle. It begins with a state of innocence, a time of simplicity and harmony. However, as the thread becomes more entangled with other threads, it inevitably encounters friction, conflict, and pain. This is the crucible where growth occurs. Through the heat of transformation, the thread is refined, strengthened, and ultimately elevated. The individual begins to experience this cycle on a deeper level. They understand that their challenges, their struggles, are not obstacles to be overcome but opportunities for transformation. Each difficulty is a chance to refine their consciousness, to elevate their understanding. This perspective shifts the individual's relationship with their own story. No longer is life a series of problems to be solved, but a series of lessons to be learned, each one bringing them closer to the full realization of their potential. As the individual progresses, they begin to see the role of synchronicity in the unfolding tapestry. Synchronicity is the universe's way of communicating, of guiding the individual along their path. It is the alignment of events that seems too meaningful to be mere coincidence. These moments are the universe's way of signaling that the individual is on the right path, that they are in harmony with the flow of creation. The role of synchronicity becomes particularly evident when the individual begins to engage with the larger patterns of the tapestry. They start to see how their own life is interconnected with the lives of others, how their actions can have ripple effects that extend far beyond their immediate circle. This realization fosters a sense of responsibility, but it also inspires a profound sense of possibility. The individual understands that they are not just a passive observer of the tapestry but an active participant in its unfolding. The final stage involves recognizing the presence of the weaver within the tapestry. The individual begins to sense a guiding intelligence, a consciousness that permeates all things. This is an underlying awareness of the source of all creation. The weaver is the pattern itself, the universal principle that governs the flow of energy and the evolution of consciousness. To recognize the weaver is to understand that the journey toward spiritual awakening is not just about personal growth but about aligning oneself with this underlying consciousness. It is about becoming a conscious co-creator, participating in the ongoing evolution of the tapestry. The individual's role is not to impose their will upon the universe but to align their own consciousness with the flow of creation, to become a channel through which the weaver's intentions can be expressed. As the individual reaches this stage, they begin to experience a profound sense of peace and fulfillment. They have transcended the limitations of their own ego, have become one with the larger pattern. Their life, once a series of isolated events, is now seen as a part of something much greater. They understand that their purpose is not just to fulfill their own desires but to contribute to the evolution of the tapestry as a whole. The journey towards spiritual awakening is thus revealed to be a process of unfolding, a gradual realization of the interconnectedness of all things. It is a journey from the solitary thread to the grand design, from the individual ego to the universal consciousness. Along the way, the individual encounters a series of challenges and opportunities that refine their understanding, elevate their consciousness, and bring them ever closer to the full realization of their potential. As the individual continues to navigate the unfolding tapestry, they come to understand that the journey itself is the reward. It is through the process of growth and transformation that they begin to experience the true nature of consciousness, the boundless potential of the human spirit. And in this realization, they find the ultimate purpose of their existence, a purpose that is both profound and deeply personal. The journey into spiritual evolution often arrives at a point where the external world seems to dim, revealing a vast, luminous landscape within. This is not a rejection of the physical world, but a recognition that the most profound discoveries lie just beyond the veil of ordinary perception, hidden within the intricate maps of the mind and heart. It is here, in the quiet chambers of inner territory, that the true work begins. Humanity has long sought meaning beyond the surface of existence, yet the path is rarely straightforward. Like a traveler navigating an uncharted forest, the seeker must learn to read the subtle signs, to trust the inner compass that points towards deeper understanding. This inner territory is not a distant land to be conquered, It is the very ground upon which we stand, waiting to be explored with intention and awareness. The first step is to acknowledge the presence of this inner landscape. It is not a realm of fantasy but a tangible space where thoughts, emotions, and sensations coalesce into a unique ecosystem. Within this ecosystem reside the seeds of wisdom, the echoes of ancient knowing, and the potential for profound transformation. To access this territory, one must cultivate the art of presence, the ability to be fully present with the moment without judgment or distraction. Imagine, for a moment, that the mind is a vast garden. For years, it may have been neglected, overgrown with weeds of worry, doubt, and fear. But when the gardener, each individual self, begins to tend to this space with care and attention, the potential for beauty and abundance emerges. The first task is not to eliminate the weeds but to understand their nature, to see how they came to be, and to recognize that they are, in themselves, part of the garden's ecosystem. This process requires patience and self-compassion. It is easy to become discouraged when faced with the complexity of the inner territory, but such discouragement is merely another layer of the landscape to be explored. Each emotion, each thought pattern, each sensation is a signpost, guiding the traveler towards greater self-awareness. The goal is not to suppress or deny these experiences but to observe them with curiosity, to understand their role in the larger tapestry of being. As the traveler delves deeper into this inner territory, they begin to notice patterns and connections that were previously hidden. Thoughts that once seemed random now form coherent narratives. Emotions that were dismissed as irrational reveal deeper truths about the self, and sensations that were ignored speak of the body's wisdom. This is the point where the inner territory becomes a living, breathing entity, responding to the traveler's presence with clarity and insight. One of the most profound discoveries in this journey is the realization that the inner territory is not separate from the outer world. The two are interconnected, much like the roots of a tree that reach deep into the earth while its branches reach towards the sky. What we perceive as external events are, in fact, reflections of our inner state, and what we experience internally is influenced by the world around us. This understanding fosters a sense of unity, a recognition that we are both the gardeners and the gardens, the travelers and the landscapes. To further explore this inner territory, the traveler may begin to engage in practices that cultivate awareness and presence. Meditation, for example, is a powerful tool for quieting the mind and allowing the inner landscape to reveal itself. Through regular practice, the traveler can train the attention to remain focused on the present moment, observing thoughts and sensations without attachment or aversion. This practice helps to dissolve the illusion of separation between self and other, revealing the interconnectedness of all things. Another practice that can be invaluable is journaling. By writing down thoughts and feelings, the traveler creates a record of their inner landscape, making it easier to identify patterns and gain insights. This process also serves as a form of self-expression, allowing the traveler to connect with their emotions in a safe and supportive way. Over time, the journal becomes a companion on the journey, a witness to the traveler's growth and transformation. As the traveler continues to explore the inner territory, they may begin to encounter what are often referred to as doorways. These are moments of profound insight, where the veil between the ordinary and the extraordinary seems to thin, revealing deeper layers of reality. These doorways can open through a variety of experiences, sudden realizations, powerful emotions, or moments of deep connection with others. They are invitations to expand the understanding of oneself and the universe. Navigating these doorways requires courage and an open heart. The traveler may find themselves facing fears, challenging beliefs, or embracing the unknown. Yet, it is through these challenges that the greatest growth occurs. Each doorway represents an opportunity to step beyond the familiar and into a new way of being. By embracing these moments with curiosity and openness, the traveler can continue to unfold the inner territory, revealing the vast potential that lies within. The ultimate goal of this journey is not to reach a destination but to embrace the process of unfolding. The inner territory is not a place to be arrived at but a landscape to be lived, explored, and loved. As the traveler continues to navigate this space with intention and awareness, they begin to realize that they are not separate from the journey but an integral part of it. In this realization lies the freedom to be fully present, to live each moment with depth and meaning, and to contribute to the unfolding of all life. The journey into the inner territory is a profound and ongoing process, one that requires commitment, curiosity, and an open heart. Yet, it is a journey that offers the greatest rewards, revealing the beauty, wisdom, and love that reside at the core of being. As humanity continues to evolve spiritually, the exploration of the inner territory will become an increasingly important aspect of that journey, guiding us towards a deeper understanding of ourselves and our place in the universe. Chapter 8. The journey towards spiritual evolution is often misunderstood as a solitary quest for enlightenment, a personal climb up a mountain of the mind. Yet, what if the true nature of this path is far grander, more interconnected, and far more resonant than we have imagined? Imagine, if you will, not a solitary traveler, but a participant in an unfolding symphony, where each individual note contributes to the harmony of the whole. This understanding begins with the recognition that consciousness is not merely an internal experience, it is an energetic field that permeates all of existence. Like the electromagnetic field that surrounds and connects all matter, this field of consciousness is alive, dynamic, and constantly interacting. It is within this field that the seeds of spiritual awakening are sown, and it is through the collective participation of all beings that these seeds germinate and grow. The first step in this journey is to become aware of the field itself. This awareness is not something that can be taught in a classroom or learned from a book, it is an experiential realization that comes through the quiet observation of one's own inner landscape. As you become more attuned to the subtle vibrations of your own consciousness, you begin to notice the resonances with the larger field. This is the moment when the veil between the self and the other begins to thin, revealing the interconnectedness of all things. The second step is to understand that every thought, every emotion, and every action sends ripples through this field of consciousness. Just as a pebble dropped into a pond creates concentric circles that extend outward indefinitely, your inner state influences the world around you. This is why the path of spiritual evolution is not just about personal transformation, it is about contributing to the collective harmony of consciousness. To illustrate this point, consider the metaphor of a musical orchestra. Each musician plays their part with precision and intention, yet it is the conductor who brings the individual notes into a cohesive whole. In the symphony of consciousness, each individual is a musician, playing the melody of their own life. Yet, it is the collective awareness of interconnectedness that elevates these individual notes into a masterpiece of harmony. The third step is to embrace the role of both musician and conductor. This means not only cultivating your own inner state but also recognizing your part in the larger composition. It is through this dual role that the true power of spiritual evolution is realized. As you become more conscious of your own actions and their impact on the field, you begin to influence the world in profound ways. This influence is not about force or control, it is about resonance and alignment. Just as a tuning fork will vibrate in harmony with another tuning fork of the same frequency, your aligned consciousness will resonate with the higher frequencies of the collective field. This alignment is the key to unlocking the next level of spiritual evolution, where the individual becomes a vessel for the collective consciousness. The final step is to understand that this journey is endless, an ever-unfolding process of growth and discovery. There is no final destination, no ultimate state of enlightenment to be achieved. Instead, the path of spiritual evolution is a continuous process of becoming, of expanding awareness and contributing to the collective harmony. As you walk this path, you will encounter challenges and obstacles, moments of doubt and uncertainty. Yet, it is through these experiences that the symphony of consciousness unfolds in all its complexity and beauty. Each challenge is an opportunity to deepen your understanding, to expand your awareness, and to contribute more fully to the collective harmony. In the end, the journey towards spiritual evolution is about recognizing your place in the grand symphony of consciousness and playing your part with intention and love. It is about becoming a conscious participant in the unfolding of the divine plan, contributing to the collective awakening of humanity. As you embrace this understanding, you will find that the path becomes clearer, the journey more meaningful, and the symphony of consciousness more resonant and alive. Chapter 9. The journey of spiritual awakening is like navigating a vast, intricate landscape where the map is constantly shifting and the terrain is both familiar and utterly novel. Many who begin this path find themselves drawn initially by a sense of dissatisfaction with the conventional world, a gnawing feeling that there is more to life than what meets the eye. They seek meaning, purpose, and a deeper connection to something greater than themselves. This initial impetus often leads to the exploration of various spiritual traditions, philosophies, and practices. Like a traveler gathering different maps, the seeker collects information, theories, and techniques, hoping to find a reliable guide. They might study ancient texts, attend workshops, meditate, or engage in other forms of contemplative practice. Yet, despite their efforts, a persistent sense of disconnection can remain. The pieces of the puzzle seem to fit, but the overall picture remains elusive. This is where a crucial shift begins to occur. The initial focus on gathering knowledge and external practices gradually gives way to an inward turn. The realization dawns that the answers are not primarily to be found outside, in the world of concepts and teachings, but within the very core of one's own being. The external maps, while useful at certain stages, ultimately point inward, toward the vast, uncharted territory of consciousness itself. The nature of this inward journey is profoundly transformational. It requires a willingness to surrender the familiar, to let go of the certainties and identities that have been constructed over a lifetime. This is not an act of despair or abandonment, but rather an embrace of the unknown, a courageous step into the mystery of one's own soul. It is here, in the quiet spaces of inner stillness, that the true work begins. As the practitioner moves deeper into this inner landscape, new capacities begin to emerge. The mind, once cluttered with endless chatter and external concerns, starts to quiet down. This silence is not merely the absence of noise but a profound presence, a field of awareness from which fresh insights and perceptions arise. In this state, the veil that separates the self from the rest of existence begins to thin. One of the most significant transformations is the development of a direct, experiential understanding of interconnectedness. The intellectual grasp of oneness, which might have seemed abstract or even contradictory before, now becomes a lived reality. The individual self, once perceived as separate and isolated, is now seen as an integral part of a vast, dynamic web of life. This realization brings with it a profound sense of belonging and a natural alignment with the flow of existence. This new way of perceiving the world has far-reaching implications. It changes how one relates to others, to the environment, and even to the challenges and difficulties of life. The sense of separation, which is the root of much suffering, begins to dissolve. Instead of reacting from a place of fear and fragmentation, the individual responds from a stance of understanding and compassion. This does not mean the end of personal struggle or the absence of pain, but rather a transformation in how these experiences are met and processed. The practice of staying present becomes paramount. The past, with its regrets and attachments, and the future, with its anxieties and projections, lose their grip on the awareness. The practitioner learns to anchor themselves in the here and now, recognizing that this is the only moment in which true experience and action are possible. This present-centered awareness brings a clarity and a power that is often lacking in a state of mental fragmentation. As this inner work deepens, a new relationship with time emerges. The linear progression of time, with its connotations of past, present, and future, begins to give way to a more holistic understanding. Time is perceived not as a series of discrete moments, but as a flowing, dynamic field in which all possibilities are contained. This perspective allows for a greater sense of flexibility and creativity in navigating life's challenges. The journey of spiritual evolution is not one of reaching a final destination or achieving a state of perfection. It is an ongoing process of awakening, of expanding awareness, and of deepening connection. Each step on this path brings new insights and new challenges, but also a growing sense of peace and fulfillment. The practitioner learns to navigate the ups and downs of life with greater ease, recognizing that all experiences are opportunities for growth and learning. In the end, the purpose of this journey is not to transform the world through external actions alone, but to transform the self from within. As the inner landscape transforms, the outer world naturally reflects this change. The individual, no longer bound by the limitations of a fragmented consciousness, becomes a beacon of presence and awareness, contributing to the collective evolution of humanity. This is the essence of the path, a gradual, yet profound, shift from a state of separation and illusion to one of unity and clarity. It is a journey into the heart of consciousness itself, where the true potential of the human spirit can be realized. And it is a journey that, once begun, can never truly be completed, for it is the very nature of consciousness to expand, to evolve, and to embrace the infinite possibilities of existence. Chapter 10. For too long, the individual consciousness has been conditioned to see the world through the lens of separation. The self separate from other, mind separate from body, human separate from the natural world, and human separate from what might be termed the divine or the infinite. This duality, while seemingly necessary for the functioning of the everyday ego, acts as a fundamental barrier to true perception and connection. It creates a sense of limitation, a belief in scarcity where there is actually an infinite abundance, and fosters conflict where there can be harmony. The first steps on the path often involve recognizing this illusion of separation. It begins with a subtle shift in awareness, a moment where the habitual focus on the personal ego diminishes, allowing the possibility of perceiving the interconnectedness that is the underlying reality. This is not about denying the individuality and uniqueness of each life, but rather about understanding that these individual expressions are like leaves on a single, vast tree, all nourished by the same roots and bathed in the same light. As this understanding begins to dawn, often through a series of synchronicities or profound experiences that seem to defy random chance, a new framework for reality emerges. The world is no longer seen as merely a collection of external events and objects interacting according to physical laws. Instead, it begins to reveal itself as a dynamic, living field of intelligent energy, where thoughts, intentions, and emotions possess a tangible quality and influence. Within this new perception lies the concept of the collective unconscious, a vast reservoir of shared human experience and potential. It is the source from which all creativity, inspiration, and spiritual insight arises. It is the field into which individual consciousness can contribute, shaping the future by the quality of its attention and intention. The realization that one's own inner state resonates within this larger field is a profound turning point. It moves the individual from being a passive observer of life to becoming an active participant in the co-creation of reality. This understanding naturally leads to a re-evaluation of the self. The rigid boundaries of the personal ego begin to soften, revealing a deeper, more fluid sense of identity rooted in consciousness itself, rather than in any particular role, possession, or belief system. This does not signify the annihilation of the self, but its transformation, from a limited entity defined by the past and present, to an expression of the eternal now, connected to the flow of all that is. The practice of conscious awareness becomes paramount. This is not merely about mental concentration, but about cultivating a state of embodied presence, where one is fully aware of the sensations in the body, the quality of breath, the flow of thoughts and emotions without judgment, and the subtle perceptions that arise beyond the rational mind. It is through this sustained presence that the deeper patterns of the universe become accessible. These patterns are not abstract mathematical formulas or esoteric symbols found only in ancient texts. They are the fundamental principles governing the transformation of consciousness itself. They are the archetypal blueprints for human evolution, revealed through nature, through art, through dreams, and through the shared human experience. They speak of the journey from fear-based survival to love-based co-creation, from fragmented awareness to unified perception. One such pattern involves the transformation of fear. Fear, in its most primal form, served the survival instinct. However, when held as a dominant emotional state within the collective consciousness, it generates division, conflict, and a sense of impending catastrophe. The evolution involves recognizing fear as a signal, often pointing to unmet needs or outdated beliefs, and learning to transform it through understanding, compassion, and the conscious shift towards love and acceptance. This is not about ignoring danger, but about meeting it from a place of empowered presence rather than reactive panic. Another key pattern is the evolution of the relationship between the mind and the body. The traditional Western model often treats the mind as the dominant, rational controller and the body as a mere machine to be fixed or ignored. The emerging understanding recognizes the body as the vehicle of consciousness, a living, intelligent field that reflects the state of mind and spirit. Healing, in this context, becomes a process of restoring balance and harmony between these different aspects of the self, often through practices that integrate mind, body, and breath, acknowledging the profound impact of emotional and spiritual states on physical well-being. The journey also involves learning to navigate the energies of the universe. All of creation is imbued with a vital, intelligent energy field. As consciousness awakens, individuals become more sensitive to these energies, both within themselves and in the environment. Understanding how to work with these energies, rather than being solely dictated by them, becomes a crucial skill. This involves learning to filter out the static of fear and negativity, and to attune to the higher frequencies of love, compassion, and creativity that permeate the universe. It is a process of aligning the individual energy field with the more vibrant, positive currents of the cosmos. Finally, this path culminates in the realization of oneness. This is not a return to a primal state of undifferentiated chaos, but the recognition that the apparent separation between self and other, between the human and the divine, is ultimately an illusion created by the limited perspective of the ego. It is the understanding that all beings and all phenomena are expressions of a single, underlying intelligence, interconnected in a web of love and interdependence. From this vantage point, the focus shifts from personal gain and individual achievement to contributing to the collective healing and evolution of all life. This realization does not bring an end to the journey, but rather opens it to new dimensions. It is the understanding that the evolution of consciousness is not merely an individual process, but a vital step in the unfolding of the collective potential of humanity. Each individual who awakens contributes to the shifting of the planetary consciousness, making it possible for others to awaken more easily. The path, therefore, is both deeply personal and profoundly universal, each step taken by an individual contributing to the grand transformation of the human spirit. Chapter 11. The world stands at a threshold, a moment of profound transition not unlike those marked in ancient wisdom. For centuries, humanity has drifted, caught in the currents of materialism and the relentless pursuit of external validation. We build intricate structures, develop advanced technologies, yet something essential remains unaddressed, a deep yearning for connection, for meaning that eludes us. This is not merely a chapter in history, it is a turning point in the evolution of the human spirit. The old ways of thinking, rooted in separation and fear, have reached their limits. The structures built upon these foundations are showing cracks, revealing an underlying instability. It is a time of great upheaval, yet it is also a time of immense opportunity. The air is thick with possibility, with the energy of a new consciousness beginning to emerge. This new consciousness is not a sudden revelation but a gradual awakening, a shift in perception that alters the very way we experience reality. It begins with an awareness that we are not isolated entities, but interconnected nodes in a vast, intricate web of life. Each action, each thought, ripples through this network, influencing the whole. To understand this shift, one must first recognize the nature of the old consciousness. It operates from a place of duality, where the world is divided into friend and foe, good and evil, self and other. This division creates a constant state of tension, a fear of the unknown, a suspicion of the different. It is a consciousness that thrives on separation, on the idea that I is distinct from not I. The new consciousness, in contrast, recognizes the unity of all things. It understands that the lines between these apparent opposites are, in fact, illusions. What appears as separation is, in truth, interdependence. This realization brings with it a profound sense of peace, a release from the constant struggle of the old paradigm. The journey toward this new consciousness is not a linear path but a spiral, a series of awakenings that build upon one another. Each step brings a deeper understanding, a more expansive view of reality. It is a process that requires courage, for it challenges the very foundations of our beliefs and assumptions. At the heart of this transformation is the practice of mindfulness. Mindfulness is the art of being present, of observing one's thoughts and emotions without judgment. It is the cultivation of our awareness that allows us to see the world as it truly is, without the distorting filters of past conditioning and future expectations. Through mindfulness, we begin to disentangle ourselves from the web of mental chatter that has kept us bound in the old consciousness. We learn to see the patterns of thought that drive our reactions, our fears, and our desires. We begin to recognize that these patterns are not inherent in us but are learned behaviors, passed down through generations. As we become more aware of our thought patterns, we gain the power to change them. This is not about forcing ourselves to think differently but about observing the thoughts with a sense of detachment, allowing them to pass without attachment. It is a practice that requires patience and persistence, but the rewards are immense. One of the most profound aspects of the new consciousness is the understanding of the role of love. Love is not merely an emotion but a fundamental force of the universe, an energy that connects all beings. It is the force that underlies the interconnectedness of all life, the force that drives the evolution of consciousness. In the old consciousness, love is often seen as a conditional force, something given in exchange for something else. In the new consciousness, love is unconditional, an expression of the inherent unity of all things. It is a love that knows no boundaries, no distinctions between self and other. To embrace this new understanding of love, we must first learn to love ourselves. Self-love is not about arrogance or selfishness but about recognizing our intrinsic worth and value. It is about accepting ourselves exactly as we are, with all our imperfections and shortcomings. When we learn to love ourselves, we open the door to loving others without condition. The practice of loving kindness is a powerful tool in this process. It involves the deliberate cultivation of feelings of love and compassion toward oneself and others. This practice can be done through meditation, through affirmations, or simply through the conscious intention to approach each person we meet with an open heart. As we embrace the new consciousness, we begin to see the world through the lens of love. Our interactions with others become more harmonious, more compassionate. Our relationships deepen as we move beyond the superficialities of the old consciousness and connect with the essence of others. This shift in consciousness also brings with it a new understanding of the role of the individual in the collective. In the old consciousness, the individual is seen as a separate entity, competing for resources and status. In the new consciousness, the individual is recognized as a vital part of a larger whole, a cell in a living organism. Each person has a unique role to play, a contribution to make to the evolution of the collective. This does not mean that we must sacrifice our individuality, but rather that we must recognize our interconnectedness and act accordingly. It is a call to responsibility, to act in ways that support the well-being of all. The journey toward this new consciousness is not easy. It requires us to confront our deepest fears and insecurities, to challenge our most cherished beliefs. It requires us to step out of our comfort zones and embrace the unknown. But the rewards are beyond measure. As we move through this transition, we are supported by the wisdom of those who have gone before us, by the insights and experiences that have been passed down through the ages. These teachings are not meant to be followed blindly, but to be understood and integrated into our own lives. The path to the new consciousness is a journey of discovery, a process of unfolding that brings with it a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. It is a journey that leads to a place of peace, of harmony, of unity. As we awaken to the new consciousness, we become part of a great transformation, a shift in the very fabric of reality. We become agents of change, capable of creating a world that is more compassionate, more just, more aligned with the principles of love and unity. This is the promise of this new era, a time of great possibility and great challenge. It is a time for us to step up, to embrace the new consciousness, and to create a future that is worthy of our highest aspirations. The journey begins within, with the awakening of the individual, and it extends outward to touch the lives of all beings. Chapter 12. The human journey, throughout the ages, has been one of seeking. We search for meaning, for connection, for a sense of belonging that resonates deep within our beings. For much of history, this search was directed outward, towards gods, leaders, or grand structures built in the hope of finding answers beyond ourselves. Yet, a subtle shift has begun, an awakening as deep and profound as the first dawning of consciousness on this planet. This new understanding does not arrive through complex theologies or dogmatic pronouncements. Instead, it emerges from within, like the slow unfolding of a flower towards the light. It is a realization, gradual yet transformative, that the true source of wisdom and the key to our evolution lie not in distant heavens or hidden texts, but in the very core of our own awareness, right here, right now. Consider the nature of your mind. How often does it reside in the present moment? More often than not, it is a restless traveler, flitting between the anxieties of the future and the regrets of the past. We build elaborate castles in our minds of what might be, only to watch them crumble under the weight of uncertainty. We replay scenes from our past, judging, analyzing, and often wallowing in self-pity or anger, completely missing the richness of the experience as it originally occurred. This constant mental chatter, this internal monologue, is like a screen that keeps us separate from the world around us. It creates a buffer, a layer of interpretation that stands between our direct experience and the raw, unfiltered reality of the present. We see not the tree, but our thoughts about the tree, its beauty, its potential, its usefulness, its memories associated with it. We hear not the sound itself, but the labels we place upon it, the stories we tell ourselves about its origin or its meaning. The first step on the path of spiritual evolution, therefore, is to become aware of this inner noise. It is not about silencing the mind, for that is an impossible and unnecessary goal. Rather, it is about recognizing the dominance of the present moment, understanding how our thoughts shape our perception, and beginning to cultivate a different relationship with our inner world. Imagine, for a moment, that your mind is a vast landscape. Right now, there is a particular weather pattern playing out, perhaps a storm of worries, a fog of confusion, or a calm sea of stillness. The traditional approach has been to try and change the weather, to force the storm to clear or the fog to lift. But what if the true power lies not in altering the weather, but in learning to navigate within it? What if the key to spiritual growth is not in escaping the present moment, but in learning to be fully present within it, regardless of the mental climate? This requires a fundamental shift in perspective. We must begin to see ourselves not as separate entities having thoughts, but as the thoughts themselves, momentarily. We are the river, not just the water flowing within it. This realization allows for a profound change in how we interact with our experiences. Instead of reacting to the present through the filter of past conditioning and future projections, we can begin to respond from a place of greater clarity, compassion, and authenticity. This awakening to the present is not a sudden event, like flipping a light switch. It is more akin to gradually turning up the dimmer switch of awareness. It begins with small conscious choices. Perhaps it is noticing your breath for a few moments each day, feeling the air enter and leave your body without judgment. Perhaps it is listening to a friend not with the intent of formulating your response, but with the simple intention of hearing. Perhaps it is pausing, for even a second, before reacting in a stressful situation. These small acts of presence are like seeds planted in the garden of the mind. They may seem insignificant in the grand scheme of things, yet they contain the potential for immense growth. Each time you choose to be present, you are watering that seed, nurturing the capacity for awareness within yourself. As this capacity for presence deepens, you begin to notice a subtle transformation. The walls between yourself and the world begin to thin. You start to perceive the interconnectedness that has always existed but was hidden beneath layers of thought and separation. The past and future lose their grip on your awareness, and you find a sense of peace and stability that was previously unimaginable. This is not the end of the journey, but its beginning. The present moment is the ground upon which all spiritual evolution unfolds. It is the only place where true connection can occur, the only place where meaningful action can take root. By learning to inhabit the present with greater awareness and intention, you open yourself to a deeper understanding of life, to a more profound sense of purpose, and to the limitless potential for growth that resides within every human being. The path ahead involves continued exploration, continued practice, and a willingness to observe the inner landscape with curiosity and kindness. It is a journey inward, towards the source of your own being, where the answers you have been seeking have always resided. The world outside may continue to change, filled with challenges and wonders alike, but your inner stability, rooted in the present moment, will remain your constant companion on the way. Chapter 13. Humanity stands at a precipice, a moment of profound transition shimmering on the horizon. For millennia, the collective consciousness has drifted, anchored by familiar patterns of thought and behavior, like a ship adrift on the ocean of existence, unaware of the vast, interconnected universe surrounding it. The prevailing consciousness, the one most of humanity operates from, is characterized by separation, the belief that we are distinct individuals, isolated islands in an endless sea, disconnected from the very fabric of life itself. This consciousness fosters a sense of fear, scarcity, and competition, manifesting as conflict, suffering, and a relentless pursuit of external validation and material gain. We build walls, both literal and metaphorical, reinforcing this illusion of separation and forgetting our fundamental unity. Yet, a subtle shift is occurring, a gentle stirring in the collective awareness, a growing sense that the old ways of being are no longer sufficient, that something deeper, more profound is possible. This isn't merely a fleeting trend or a reaction against the status quo, it is the dawning of a new era, a shift in the fundamental operating system of human consciousness. This emerging reality is built upon the recognition of profound interconnectedness. It suggests that we are not isolated entities but intricate threads within a vast, luminous tapestry, woven from the same essence, resonating at the same fundamental frequency. This understanding dissolves the illusion of separation, revealing a universe teeming with relationships, patterns, and intelligent energy flowing in harmony. To navigate this transition and truly participate in this new reality, a fundamental shift in perception is required. We must learn to see beyond the surface-level distinctions and perceive the underlying unity that connects all things. This involves moving beyond the five senses, which are designed primarily to perceive the separate objects within the familiar, third-dimensional reality, and tapping into a broader range of perception. This expanded awareness allows us to sense the subtle energies, the emotional fields, and the informational currents that flow between all beings and the environment itself. It is an awareness that perceives the world not as a collection of separate objects, but as an interconnected, living system, a dynamic field of energy and intelligence. This new way of seeing requires a conscious choice. It asks us to move away from the reactive patterns of the old consciousness, where fear and separation dictate our responses, and towards a state of conscious awareness and intention. It means recognizing that our thoughts, emotions, and actions are not just internal experiences but are powerful forces that shape our reality and resonate throughout the interconnected web. This understanding empowers us to become conscious co-creators of our lives and our collective future, rather than merely passive victims of circumstance. We begin to understand that the internal world is the primary creator of the external world, that the quality of our inner state directly determines the nature of our outer experience. The journey towards this expanded awareness is not a linear process, nor does it have a fixed endpoint. It is a continuous evolution, a gradual awakening to the deeper nature of reality. It involves cultivating qualities such as love, compassion, empathy, and forgiveness, not as mere emotional states, but as fundamental aspects of our being. It means learning to listen deeply, not just with our ears, but with our entire being, attuning ourselves to the subtle whispers of the universe and the unspoken needs of others. It requires embracing a state of presence, being fully immersed in the here and now, rather than lost in the anxieties of the past or the uncertainties of the future. As we embrace this new consciousness, we begin to perceive the world with fresh eyes. We see the inherent beauty and sacredness in all things, recognizing the divine spark within every being. We understand that conflict and separation are ultimately illusory, stemming from a misperception of reality. We recognize that our individual well-being is inextricably linked to the well-being of the entire planet and all its inhabitants. This understanding fosters a profound sense of responsibility and inspires us to act in ways that promote harmony, healing, and the collective upliftment of humanity. This is not a journey that can be undertaken in isolation. It is a collective awakening, requiring each individual to contribute their unique perspective and energy to the evolving whole. As more people embrace this new way of being, the collective consciousness will shift, creating a resonance that accelerates the process for everyone. This is the dawn of a new era, an era of unity, cooperation, and shared purpose. It is an era where the human potential for love, compassion, and creativity will finally be fully realized, leading to a transformation of the planet and the emergence of a truly harmonious and sustainable future. The choice is ours to make, moment by moment, to embrace the new reality and co-create a world that reflects the highest aspirations of the human spirit. Chapter 14. Humanity stands at a threshold, an invisible yet profound boundary between the old ways of seeing and a new understanding of our place in the cosmos. For centuries, we have operated largely within the confines of conventional thought, seeking security and meaning in external structures, material possessions, and the predictable rhythms of daily life. Yet, a subtle but growing shift is underway, catching the attention of those with open eyes and open hearts. This transformation is not merely a political or technological evolution, it is a deeper, more fundamental change within the collective consciousness. It is a move away from the fragmented view of reality that has dominated our perception, towards an awareness of interconnectedness, of unity with all that exists. This shift is not sudden, like a light switch being flipped, but rather a gradual unfolding, or awakening to the inherent divinity within ourselves and the world around us. The first step in this journey is the recognition of the need for change. It begins within each individual, as a sense of dissatisfaction with the status quo, a gnawing feeling that something is missing. This dissatisfaction is not a sign of failure or lack, but rather an indication that the soul is stirring, yearning for a deeper connection, a more authentic way of living. It is a call to awaken from the collective slumber, to step out of the familiar and into the unknown. As this recognition dawns, a new perspective begins to emerge. The world is no longer seen as a separate entity, with humanity as its dominant force, but as an intricate web of life, where every being and every action is interconnected. This understanding fosters a sense of responsibility, not as a burden, but as an opportunity to contribute to the greater good, to participate in the evolution of the whole. This new perspective is often met with resistance, both from within and without. The old ways are deeply ingrained, supported by institutions and social norms that reinforce the fragmented view of reality. Fear of the unknown, fear of losing control, fear of being judged by others, all serve to keep us anchored in the familiar, even if it is no longer serving our highest good. Yet, there are those who are willing to embrace the change, to step into the unknown with courage and curiosity. They are the pioneers of the new reality, the ones who are willing to explore the depths of their own consciousness, to connect with the universal energy that flows through all things. They understand that true transformation begins from within, that by awakening to our own inner light, we can begin to illuminate the world around us. This inner journey is not easy. It requires commitment, dedication, and a willingness to let go of old beliefs and patterns that no longer serve us. It is a process of self-discovery, of uncovering the layers of conditioning that have obscured our true nature. It is a journey of healing, of releasing the wounds of the past, and of reconnecting with our innate wisdom and strength. As we embark on this journey, we begin to notice the world around us with new eyes. We see the beauty in the smallest of things, the wonder in the everyday, the magic in the interconnectedness of all life. We begin to listen to the subtle whispers of our intuition, to trust our inner guidance, to follow the path that resonates with our soul's deepest yearning. This awakening is not just a personal experience, it is a collective shift, a transformation of the entire human race. As more and more individuals embrace this new perspective, the collective consciousness begins to change, creating a new reality that is based on love, compassion, and unity. This new reality is not a utopia, but a possibility, a future that we can create together, one step at a time. The path ahead is not without challenges, but it is filled with opportunities for growth, for learning, for transformation. It is a journey of awakening, of realizing our true potential, of living in alignment with our highest purpose. It is a journey that begins within each of us, and it is a journey that we must all take, if we are to create a future that is worthy of our dreams. So, let us embrace the change, let us step into the unknown with courage and faith. Let us awaken to the new reality, and let our light shine forth, illuminating the way for others who are on the same journey. For the time has come for humanity to awaken, to realize its true potential, and to create a future that is filled with love, peace, and unity. Chapter 15. The Unfolding Mandala. The path of spiritual evolution unfolds not as a straight line, but as a complex, intricate mandala, each layer revealing deeper truths about the self and the interconnected nature of all existence. Humanity, collectively, finds itself at a pivotal point within this grand design, standing on the threshold of a consciousness shift so profound it promises to reshape the very fabric of understanding. For too long, the individual ego has dominated perception, creating a sense of separation, of us versus them, of self as an isolated entity floating in an indifferent universe. This perspective, while seemingly logical, is but a limited view, like looking at a vast landscape through a narrow slit. It prevents the recognition of the underlying unity, the subtle threads that connect every thought, every feeling, every being. The journey into spiritual awareness begins by consciously choosing to widen this view, to perceive the subtle connections that were previously invisible. This shift requires a fundamental reorientation of the mind. It moves away from the constant chatter of judgment and analysis, the internal critic and the external measure, towards a state of quiet observation and acceptance. Imagine the mind as a field of flowers. The old mental habits are like weeds, constantly competing for attention, draining energy. The practice of spiritual evolution involves gently clearing these weeds, not by force, but by shifting the focus. Instead of reacting to the thoughts, observe them as if they were clouds passing in the sky. This deliberate act of non-identification begins to loosen the grip of the ego and allows a more expansive awareness to emerge. Within this expanded awareness, a new understanding dawns. The concept of synchronicity. Events no longer appear as random occurrences but as meaningful coincidences, points of intersection guided by an underlying intelligence. This intelligence is the natural unfolding of the interconnected web of life. When one part of the mandala shifts, the entire pattern adjusts. Your thoughts, your choices, your actions send ripples through this vast energetic field, influencing not just your own reality, but the collective field as well. Recognizing this creates a profound sense of responsibility, but also empowerment, for you are an active participant in the co-creation of reality. This realization naturally leads to the exploration of altered states of consciousness. The rigid boundaries between waking, dreaming, and deep sleep are seen as artificial distinctions. True spiritual insight often arises from states beyond the ordinary waking mind, moments of deep meditation, profound connection with nature, times of intense emotion, or even during moments of near-death experience. These states offer glimpses into a deeper dimension of reality, one where the limitations of linear time and space begin to dissolve. The practice here is not about seeking these states artificially, but about cultivating the sensitivity and awareness to recognize them when they occur naturally, and to integrate the insights gained. The integration of these insights is perhaps the most crucial, and often the most challenging, aspect of the journey. Knowledge without application remains intellectual, it does not transform the inner landscape. The insights about interconnectedness, synchronicity, and altered states must be woven into the fabric of daily life. This means approaching every interaction, every challenge, every moment with a degree of presence and awareness. It means choosing compassion over judgment, seeing the divine spark in others even amidst apparent faults, and recognizing your own actions as part of the larger pattern. This integration is not a destination to be reached, but an ongoing process of refinement. The mandala continues to unfold, revealing new layers, new complexities, new opportunities for growth. There may be periods of doubt, moments where the old patterns resurface strongly. This is normal. The path is not one of perfection, but of conscious choice and persistent effort. Each time the old habits arise, it is an opportunity for renewed awareness, a chance to gently redirect the energy back towards the path of expansion. As this inner transformation deepens, the outer world begins to reflect the change. Relationships become more authentic and fulfilling, as the foundation shifts from egoic need to genuine connection. The sense of purpose becomes clearer, driven by a desire to contribute to the greater good, to serve the unfolding of the collective consciousness. The perception of challenges changes from insurmountable obstacles to opportunities for learning and expansion. This is the grand unfolding of the mandala within each individual, and by extension, within the collective human consciousness. It is a journey from fragmentation to wholeness, from separation to unity, from fear to love. It is a journey towards recognizing the inherent divinity within oneself and seeing it reflected in all of creation. The path requires courage to look inward, wisdom to understand the patterns, and compassion to embrace the journey of oneself and others. And as more individuals embark upon this path, the entire mandala of humanity begins to shift, moving towards a future illuminated by a more profound and integrated understanding of our true nature and our shared destiny. Chapter 16: The Unfolding Symphony. Humanity stands at a threshold, a moment of profound transition not unlike the shifts observed in nature's grand cycles. Just as the caterpillar must transform within the sanctuary of the cocoon, so too does the collective soul of man require a period of profound internalization before emerging into a new state of being. This stage is often met with resistance, for the comfort of the familiar, even when it is limiting, is deeply ingrained. The ego, that persistent companion, frequently whispers doubts, emphasizing the known over the potential promise of the unknown. The journey towards higher awareness is not a solitary endeavor, though it unfolds through the unique path of each individual. It is, rather, like a vast, intricate symphony, where every life contributes its note, its vibration, to the overarching composition. Some play loud, bold chords that command attention, others offer soft, melodic lines that provide depth and resonance. What is crucial is the harmony, the way in which these diverse sounds coalesce, creating a richer, more profound experience than any single part could achieve alone. Within this symphony, patterns begin to emerge with increasing clarity. One such pattern involves the nature of perception itself. The world as commonly experienced is often filtered through the lens of separation. The I versus other, the mine versus yours. This duality, while seemingly fundamental, is actually a stage through which consciousness passes. It is a necessary framework for learning and differentiation in the physical realm, yet it is also the very barrier that limits the full expression of unity consciousness. To progress, one must begin to transcend this habitual duality. This does not mean denying the reality of individuality or the physical world, but rather perceiving it through a broader lens, one that acknowledges the interconnectedness beneath the surface. Imagine, for a moment, the intricate network of roots beneath a forest floor, all intermingling, sharing resources, sending signals to one another. This is a metaphor for the deeper reality that connects all phenomena. Recognizing this connection is the first step away from the illusion of isolated self. This shift in perception requires a conscious effort to engage the heart. The mind, with its analytical processes, is adept at categorizing and separating, reinforcing the very duality it seeks to transcend. The heart, in contrast, operates from a place of empathy, understanding, and intuitive knowing. It perceives the emotional resonance that connects all beings. By learning to listen to the heart's wisdom, one begins to access a different kind of intelligence, one that operates beyond the constraints of linear thought. This internal shift is mirrored in the external world. As more individuals attune their vibrations to love, compassion, and understanding, the very fabric of reality begins to transform. The old structures, built upon fear, competition, and separation, lose their coherence. They are not necessarily destroyed, but they become less dominant, less relevant to the emerging reality. This is not a violent upheaval, but a gentle, inexorable evolution, like the slow melting of winter's snow under the persistent warmth of spring sun. The role of the individual in this process is both vital and subtle. Each person, through their choices, their actions, and their state of being, contributes to the overall harmony or discord of the symphony. By cultivating inner peace, practicing empathy, and acting from a place of conscious awareness, one becomes a note of harmony in the grand composition. Conversely, actions driven by fear, retribution, or unconsciousness contribute conflict. Yet, this journey is not solely about achieving a state of perfect harmony. It is also about embracing the full spectrum of human experience. The symphony includes moments of quiet reflection as much as moments of passionate expression. It encompasses joy and sorrow, success and failure, light and shadow. These contrasting elements are not opposites to be eliminated, but integral parts of a complete composition. They provide depth, texture, and meaning. The true challenge lies in finding the balance, the point where one can observe the symphony of life, both one's own inner music and the collective harmony, with increasing awareness and without becoming lost in judgment or attachment. It is about learning to play one's own part with integrity, while simultaneously hearing and appreciating the contributions of all others. As this understanding deepens, a profound sense of belonging emerges. One realizes that one is not merely an actor on a stage, but an intrinsic part of the very theater itself. The lines between self and other blur, giving way to a deeper recognition of shared essence. This realization brings with it a sense of peace, a homecoming to the fundamental unity from which all things arise. This is the unfolding symphony of spiritual evolution, a grand, ongoing composition that invites every soul to contribute its unique vibration. It is a journey from the limited awareness of separation to the expansive understanding of interconnectedness, a transition from the cocoon of the old world to the emergence into a new, more resonant reality. The music is playing, the invitation is always there to find one's place within it. Chapter 17. The unfolding of inner territory. The journey towards spiritual evolution often resembles the exploration of uncharted territory within one's own mind and heart. Early stages might involve recognizing patterns of reactivity, understanding the mechanics of the ego, and learning to observe thoughts without immediate engagement. These foundational steps are crucial, providing the map and compass necessary for deeper exploration. Yet, true evolution hinges not merely on awareness, but on the deliberate navigation into the vast, unexplored regions of inner territory. This inner territory is not a distant land to be eventually reached, it is the very substance of the present moment, waiting to be experienced directly. It lies beyond the constant chatter of the mind, beyond the narratives constructed to give life meaning and direction. It is the field of pure awareness itself, the quiet space from which thoughts and feelings arise and dissolve. Many seek spiritual growth, yet find themselves caught in the intellectualization of the process. They accumulate knowledge about the path, discuss techniques with others, and analyze their experiences through the lens of theory. While learning has its place, it is the transition from intellectual understanding to direct, experiential knowing that marks a significant shift. This is where the map becomes secondary to the act of walking. The ego, the voice of separation and individuality, often resists this inward movement. It thrives on external validation, on the distinctions between me and other, on the complexities of the material world that it can manipulate and understand. Exploring inner territory challenges the ego's dominance by pointing towards a simpler, more integrated reality. It asks the individual to let go of the need to control and define, to instead rest in the unknown, the mysterious, the purely experiencing self. As one begins to penetrate this inner territory, new qualities emerge. Patience becomes a natural state, not as a virtue to be forced, but as the only way to navigate the subtle landscapes within. Acceptance blossoms, replacing the constant struggle against what is. A profound sense of interconnectedness arises, dissolving the boundaries between self and other that the ego has meticulously constructed. This is not a sudden transformation, but a gradual unfolding, like the unrolling of a map as one ventures further into unknown lands. The landscape of inner territory is rich and varied. There are moments of profound stillness, where the mind is like a perfectly still lake, reflecting the vastness of the sky. There are also intense energetic fields, areas of deep emotional release or heightened intuition, where the veil between the inner and outer world seems thin. There are regions of quiet inquiry, where one simply observes the nature of existence without seeking answers, trusting that understanding will arise in its own time. Exploration requires trust. It requires the trust to be present with whatever arises, without judgment or the need to immediately label or fix the experience. It requires trust in the process of evolution itself, understanding that growth unfolds according to its own inherent wisdom. This trust moves beyond intellectual belief. It becomes a felt sense, a deep knowing that the journey is both valid and meaningful. The ultimate realization is not the discovery of a new self within, but the understanding that the boundary between inner and outer has always been illusory. The territory one explores is not separate from the explorer, it is the explorer. The journey inward is, in truth, the journey home. It is the recognition that the deepest truths about existence have always been accessible within, waiting to be experienced directly, beyond the need for interpretation or conceptualization. This unfolding of inner territory is the very essence of spiritual evolution. It is the move from a fragmented, reactive existence towards a unified, conscious presence. It is a path less traveled, requiring courage to let go of the familiar, yet offering the profound richness of direct experience. For those willing to undertake this exploration, the landscape within reveals not just personal growth, but a glimpse into the interconnected, evolving nature of all reality. Chapter 18. The Unfolding Symphony. The journey toward understanding the deeper patterns of existence often feels like navigating a vast, intricate labyrinth. Many seek the central chamber, believing it holds the ultimate secret. Yet, the true wisdom reveals that the labyrinth itself is the lesson, and the secret lies not in finding a specific exit, but in comprehending the very architecture of the path. For too long, humanity has focused on the individual chambers, the isolated experiences, mistaking them for the entirety of the truth. We see the flickering lights of separate rooms and believe them to be the only reality. We become attached to the familiarity of one particular chamber, perhaps even building walls around it, thinking this is where we belong, where we are safe. This attachment, however, is the very thing that prevents the light from spreading. The evolution of consciousness, the spiritual awakening many speak of, is not about discovering a new chamber or escaping the labyrinth altogether. It is about gaining the perspective to see the entire structure. It is about understanding that each chamber, each experience, each emotion, each thought, is merely a part of a much larger, more magnificent design. This design is the symphony of convergence, a harmonious unfolding of all possibilities. Imagine, if you will, a symphony orchestra. Each musician plays their individual part, their specific note, their unique rhythm. On its own, a single part might be beautiful, but incomplete. It is only when all the instruments come together, when they play in harmony, that the full power and beauty of the symphony emerges. The conductor does not wish to eliminate the individual notes, they wish to guide the musician so that their individual contributions create a greater whole. Humanity, right now, is akin to an orchestra in the midst of tuning. Some musicians are playing their parts with clarity and precision, while others are still struggling with the basic notes. There is conflict, certainly, moments of friction and misunderstanding. But within this conflict lies the potential for harmony. The challenge is not to eliminate the conflict, but to understand its role, to see how it contributes to the larger structure, and to find the keys to transform it into a richer, more complex tapestry of sound. The path to this understanding involves embracing the interconnectedness of all things. It requires moving beyond the illusion of separation, the belief that I am here and you are there, entirely disconnected. To truly hear the symphony, one must first learn to listen not just with the ears, but with the heart and the soul. One must become attuned to the vibrations that connect every note, every musician, every part of the universe. This attunement does not happen overnight. It is a gradual process, a subtle shifting of perspective. It begins with becoming more aware of the inner landscape, the thoughts, the emotions, the sensations. It involves observing these internal states without judgment, recognizing them as part of the music, part of the symphony playing within us. As this inner awareness deepens, the external world begins to change. The separate chambers of the labyrinth start to blur at the edges. The distinctions between self and other, between observer and observed, begin to dissolve. What was once perceived as separate events or experiences now reveals themselves as interconnected movements within the grand design. This does not mean losing the sense of individuality. Rather, it means understanding that individuality is not isolated but exists within the context of the whole. It is like a single note within the symphony. It has its own identity, its own sound, but it gains its full meaning only in relation to the other notes, to the melody and harmony they create together. The final movement of this symphony, the one that is currently unfolding for many, is one of integration. It is the moment when the different parts come together in perfect harmony. It is the realization that the seemingly separate paths of all beings are, in fact, part of a single journey toward understanding. It is the recognition that the challenges and joys we experience are not isolated incidents but integral components of the collective evolution. This integration does not require forcing or imposing change. It happens through understanding, through listening, through becoming a part of the larger flow. It is about finding one's own unique note within the symphony and playing it with clarity, intention, and love. It is about contributing to the harmony, not by trying to control the entire orchestra, but by being a conscious, aware musician. As humanity moves further along this path, the symphony grows richer, more complex. The conflict does not vanish entirely, new themes emerge, new challenges present themselves. But the underlying structure of harmony becomes more apparent, more accessible. The labyrinth continues to unfold, not as a place of fear or confusion, but as a grand composition, inviting all who are willing to listen to find their place within the beautiful, unfolding symphony of convergence. Chapter 19. The Unfolding Tapestry. The journey of spiritual awakening is often misunderstood as a solitary ascent, a climb up a mountain of personal discovery where only the individual matters. This perspective, while containing a kernel of truth, overlooks the profound interconnectedness woven into the very fabric of existence. As understanding deepens, one begins to perceive that the evolution of the self is inextricably linked to the evolution of all. It is no longer merely about achieving personal enlightenment, it is about contributing to the collective shift. This shift is not a sudden event, like flipping a switch, but a gradual unfolding, a transformation of the collective consciousness itself. Imagine the Earth as a living being, and humanity as its evolving nervous system. Each individual awakening is a new neuron firing with awareness, gradually integrating until a new pattern of perception emerges globally. This is the larger context in which personal spiritual growth occurs. The true challenge, and indeed the greatest opportunity, lies in recognizing this interdependence. When one perceives the unity of all, the distinction between self and other begins to soften. Actions, thoughts, and intentions cease to be isolated events and become threads in a vast, collective tapestry. What was once seen as merely personal behavior is now understood as contributions to the whole. This realization brings a new kind of responsibility. It is not a burden imposed from without, but an organic emergence from the depth of awakened awareness. Knowing that one's state of being resonates through the interconnected web, one naturally becomes more mindful of the impact of one's choices. The motivation shifts from self-interest to service, not in a grandiose sense of grandiosity, but in the simple understanding that nurturing the whole inevitably nurtures the part. Visualize this as a garden. Each individual is a plant, unique in its form, yet sharing the same soil, air, and sunlight. Personal growth involves tending to one's own roots, watering one's own soil with intention and awareness. However, the awakened individual also perceives the health of the entire garden. They understand that the health of one plant contributes to the vitality of the ecosystem. Therefore, they tend not only their own patch but also the surrounding soil, sharing nutrients and light where needed. This does not necessitate constant, strenuous effort or sacrificing personal needs. It is more about a fundamental change in orientation. The focus expands from the narrow confines of the ego to the broader landscape of shared existence. Compassion naturally arises not as a moral imperative, but as a natural resonance with the suffering or joy of others, recognizing it as one's own reflection. The path forward then becomes less about accumulating personal insights and more about embodying the understanding that has dawned. It is about living from the center of this expanded awareness, allowing one's actions to be guided by the recognition of universal connection. This is where the true power of spiritual evolution lies, not in claiming enlightenment for oneself, but in becoming a conscious node of transformation within the planetary field of consciousness. As this understanding deepens, the world begins to appear differently. The apparent separateness between people, cultures, and even species fades, revealing the underlying unity. The apparent conflicts and divisions lose their absolute meaning, seen instead as symptoms of a shared human condition caught in the process of evolution. The heart naturally opens to embrace the complexity and diversity of life, recognizing the myriad expressions of the one unfolding consciousness. This is not a destination to be reached, but a continuous process of integration and expansion. The individual who has glimpsed the interconnectedness does not retreat into a purely esoteric state but brings that awareness back into the midst of life, becoming a conscious agent of positive change within the human family. The tapestry of existence unfolds more beautifully with each conscious thread woven into its pattern. Chapter 20: The Unfolding Symphony of Consciousness. The journey towards spiritual evolution is often misunderstood as a solitary quest for enlightenment, a personal climb up a mountain of inner understanding. While the individual's commitment is paramount, the true nature of this ascent is far grander, more interconnected, and far more harmonious than many imagine. It is less a race against time and more a participation in an unfolding cosmic symphony, where each individual note contributes to the greater melody of collective awareness. This symphony does not play itself. It requires the conscious intention of each soul to tune their instrument, to listen deeply not just to their own inner strains, but to the myriad sounds surrounding them. Early stages of the evolution often focus intensely inward, like a musician practicing scales, mastering the basic notes and rhythms of their own consciousness. This is necessary foundational work, the development of individual awareness and the quieting of the internal noise that obscures the deeper truths. Yet, a pivotal moment arrives. It is the recognition that the internal landscape is not an isolated territory, but a reflection, a resonant chamber for the vast, external patterns of the universe. The focused inward gaze begins to soften, to widen, until the self dissolves not into chaos, but into the profound interconnectedness of all things. This is not a loss of identity, but a transformation of it, from a separate entity to a vital node within an intricate web. At this juncture, the individual becomes an active listener and contributor to the symphony. The sounds of others' experiences, emotions, thoughts, and spiritual insights are no longer merely background noise or sources of distraction. They become integral parts of the composition, offering unique harmonies and counterpoints. The challenge, and the profound opportunity, lies in learning to discern the meaningful patterns within this complex auditory field, to recognize the underlying themes that bind the universe together. This discernment requires a new kind of awareness, one that moves beyond simple perception to deeper understanding and empathy. It is the ability to feel the resonance of another's joy or sorrow, not as an invasion of one's own space, but as a shared vibration within the larger whole. It is seeing the struggles of another not with detachment, but with the recognition that their journey is intertwined with one's own. This shared perception fosters a natural compassion, a deep-seated understanding that the healing of one part contributes to the healing of the whole. The collective consciousness, therefore, is not a vague, shapeless entity into which individuals merge. It is a dynamic, evolving field of potential, shaped by the collective intentions and awareness of all beings participating in this grand unfolding. Each individual, by consciously choosing to listen to and contribute their unique note, becomes an agent of change on a profound scale. The seemingly small acts of kindness, the moments of genuine connection, the choices made with awareness, these are the individual instruments playing their part in shifting the overall tonal quality of the collective consciousness. Visualize this symphony not as a chaotic noise, but as a complex interplay of light and sound. Each soul is a unique prism, refracting the universal light through their specific consciousness. The colors produced by each prism combine, creating a spectrum of awareness that is greater than the sum of its parts. The evolution of humanity is the process of increasing the clarity of each prism and the sensitivity of the eye that perceives the collective spectrum. The final stages of this journey involve not just listening and contributing, but becoming an integral part of the composition itself. It is an experience of unity not through loss of self, but through the realization that the self is the music. The distinctions between inner and outer, individual and collective, begin to dissolve, revealing the unified field of consciousness from which all notes arise and to which all notes return. This understanding transforms the purpose of the journey. It is no longer solely about personal enlightenment, but about contributing consciously to the evolution of the entire web of life. It is about recognizing that the state of consciousness of the collective directly influences the state of the physical world, the quality of relationships, the health of the planet, and the very nature of reality itself. The symphony continues to unfold, a vast and beautiful composition waiting for the conscious participation of every note. Those who reach this stage understand that their individual practice is inseparable from the collective evolution. They play their part with intention, awareness, and love, knowing that their contribution, however small it may seem in the grand design, is essential to the harmony and ultimate fulfillment of the cosmic melody. Chapter 21. The Unfolding Mandala. The path of spiritual evolution, once perceived as a linear ascent, begins to reveal itself as a more complex, intricate design. It is no longer sufficient to imagine progress as a simple upward trajectory, nor to view the challenges encountered as mere obstacles to be overcome and forgotten. Instead, a deeper understanding emerges, that the journey is less a progression through distinct stages and more like the gradual unfolding of a mandala. Imagine a mandala, intricate and beautiful, drawn with careful precision. At its center lies a core pattern, a foundational design that gives rise to the outer layers. Each layer builds upon the one beneath it, interlocking, interweaving, creating a harmonious whole. The journey of the evolving soul is akin to this process. It begins with the discovery of a fundamental truth at its heart, a simple yet profound awareness that resonates deep within. From this central core, the first layers begin to emerge. These are the initial shifts in perception, the subtle changes in how one relates to the self and the world. It is here that the individual starts to move beyond the rigid frameworks of the past, beginning to see the interconnectedness that underlies all phenomena. This initial unfolding might bring a sense of wonder, a dawning recognition that life is far more intricate and meaningful than previously understood. Yet, this stage is also marked by a certain vulnerability, as the old structures begin to crumble, revealing new possibilities that can feel both exciting and daunting. As the mandala continues to unfold, further layers become apparent. Each new layer represents a deeper integration of the core truth, a more profound understanding of the nature of reality and one's place within it. These layers are not necessarily sequential, but rather they overlap, intermingle, and build upon one another in a complex dance of growth. Some layers might focus on the development of inner stillness, while others explore the art of compassionate action, and yet others delve into the mysteries of creative expression. The challenges encountered along the way are not obstacles to be pushed aside, but rather integral parts of the unfolding process. They are like the lines that define the intricate patterns within the mandala, giving shape and form to the whole. Each difficulty, each moment of confusion or doubt, provides an opportunity to refine the design, to deepen the understanding and integration of the core truth. One of the most profound aspects of this mandala-like unfolding is the realization that it is a collective process. While each individual's mandala is unique, the underlying design is shared, reflecting the universal principles that govern spiritual evolution. As one person's mandala unfolds, they contribute to the emergence of a larger, more intricate pattern, one that encompasses the entire human experience. This understanding brings a new perspective to the journey. It transforms the solitary pursuit of enlightenment into a collaborative endeavor, one where each person's growth contributes to the evolution of all. It fosters a sense of interconnectedness, a recognition that we are all part of a larger whole, working together to bring about a new level of awareness and understanding. The unfolding mandala also highlights the importance of returning to the center. As the outer layers become more complex and intricate, there is a tendency to lose sight of the core truth that gave rise to the whole. This can lead to a sense of fragmentation, a feeling that the various aspects of one's life are disconnected from one's deeper purpose. Returning to the center is like taking a step back to see the whole pattern, to remember the foundational principles that guide the unfolding process. This return to the center is not a regression, but rather a necessary grounding. It is an opportunity to reconnect with the fundamental truth, to reaffirm one's commitment to the journey and to realign with the deeper purpose that motivates the evolution. It is a reminder that no matter how complex the mandala becomes, the core truth remains constant, providing a stable foundation for continued growth. The unfolding mandala also reveals the nature of time itself. In the linear perspective, time is a straight line, moving forward in a predictable, unidirectional fashion. But when viewed through the lens of the mandala, time becomes more circular, more cyclical. The journey is not a straight line, but a series of loops and spirals, each one building upon the last, creating a pattern that is both infinite and finite. This understanding brings a new perspective to the challenges of life. It transforms the experience of aging, for instance, from a process of decline into one of wisdom and integration. As the mandala unfolds, the individual has the opportunity to integrate the lessons of the past, to bring them into the present moment, and to create a new future that is both grounded in the past and open to the possibilities of the future. The unfolding mandala is also a metaphor for the evolution of consciousness itself. As the mandala becomes more intricate and complex, so too does the human consciousness. It moves beyond the limitations of the ego, beyond the narrow focus on the self, and begins to embrace a broader perspective that includes all beings and all phenomena. This evolution is not a sudden transformation, but rather a gradual process of unfolding, one that is both subtle and profound. Ultimately, the unfolding mandala represents the journey of the soul back to its source. It is a process of remembering, of reclaiming the inherent wisdom and love that lies at the core of all existence. As the mandala unfolds, the individual begins to see the beauty and the perfection of the whole, and to recognize their own place within it. This realization brings a sense of peace, a sense of belonging, and a profound sense of purpose. The journey of spiritual evolution is a journey of unfolding, a process of discovering the intricate beauty of the mandala within. It is a journey that requires patience, courage, and an open heart. But for those who are willing to embark on this journey, the rewards are immeasurable. It is a journey that leads to a deeper understanding of oneself, of others, and of the universe itself. It is a journey that brings forth a new level of awareness, compassion, and love, and that contributes to the evolution of all humanity. Chapter 21. The Unfolding Symphony. The journey of spiritual evolution unfolds not as a solitary climb, but as a grand, collective symphony, each individual life contributing a unique note to the unfolding harmony. Humanity, often perceived as different, is in fact a single chorus, learning to sing from the same deep melody embedded within the universal consciousness. To progress, one must first learn to hear the music beyond the surface noise of daily existence. This deeper hearing requires a conscious shift in awareness. It moves beyond the limited perspective of the ego, that small, self-protecting voice that filters experience and often focuses narrowly on personal gain or loss. To truly participate in the symphony, one must learn to attune not just to the main theme, but to the myriad supporting melodies, the subtle counterpoints that enrich the overall composition. These include the feelings, the needs, and the aspirations of others, not as obstacles to be overcome, but as integral parts of the grand design. The ego frequently perceives these other notes as competition, creating internal conflict and misunderstanding. It struggles to harmonize with the diverse frequencies present in the collective field. Yet, the true evolution lies precisely in this harmonization. As individuals learn to tune their own instruments, their thoughts, emotions, and actions, towards the universal chord, the conflict begins to resolve, giving way to a more resonant and beautiful collective sound. Visualize this universal chord as the fundamental vibration of love and unity. Each person, through their evolving consciousness, has the potential to resonate more strongly with this base frequency. When enough individuals attune to this chord, a critical mass is achieved. This shift transforms the energetic fabric of the collective, creating a new operating system for humanity based on empathy, cooperation, and shared purpose. This is not a sudden event, but a gradual unfolding, like a symphony building in complexity and beauty over time. There are moments of conflict, indeed, as individual notes struggle to find their place. There are sections that feel chaotic or unresolved. Yet, the underlying structure remains, a timeless architecture waiting for sufficient consciousness to fill its spaces with harmonious sound. The path requires practice. It involves listening deeply not just with the ears, but with the heart and the soul. It means pausing before reacting, asking not what is in it for me, but how can this contribute to the greater melody? This shift in orientation naturally alters one's perception of reality. The boundaries between self and other begin to soften, revealing a deeper interconnectedness that was always present, but now becomes consciously accessible. The individual journey, therefore, becomes profoundly significant within the context of the whole. Each person's practice of awareness, compassion, and service is not merely for personal enlightenment, it is a vital contribution to the collective shift. It is through the conscious choices and intentional states of countless individuals that the symphony moves towards its next evolutionary crescendo. The final movement, yet to be fully realized, promises a level of collective consciousness where the separate notes have fully integrated, creating a seamless tapestry of shared awareness and unified purpose. This is the ultimate expression of the celestial guidance, a state of being where humanity lives in conscious harmony with the deeper patterns of existence, embodying the love and unity that underlies all reality. The unfolding is ongoing, and each person's participation is both required and profoundly valued. Chapter 22. The path of spiritual evolution unfolds as the expansion of a mandala, a complex, intricate design radiating from a central point. Initially, the individual's world may appear as a small, tightly contained circle. Within this circle resides the familiar, the known, the comfortable. Thoughts, emotions, and perceptions are largely colored by the limitations of this small perspective. Fear often dictates boundaries, keeping the individual protected within the circle, yet also confining their potential. As the journey progresses, subtle cracks begin to appear on the circumference of this inner circle. These are the first dawning glimpses of a larger reality. It often manifests as synchronicities, meaningful coincidences that seem to defy ordinary explanation. A word spoken at the exact moment it is needed. An image encountered that resonates deeply with an unresolved feeling. These early signs are the universe gently inviting the individual to look beyond the familiar horizon. The challenge lies not in denying the reality of the inner circle, but in acknowledging the existence of the mandala's outer layers. The first layer beyond the personal ego boundary begins to reveal itself. This layer encompasses the interconnectedness of all living beings. The recognition dawns that the actions of another, even someone perceived as distant, can send ripples across the individual's own experience. Empathy deepens, moving beyond mere sympathy to a felt sense of shared essence. The personal circle expands to include the circle of humanity. Further expansion reveals the intricate patterns of the natural world. The individual starts to perceive the subtle intelligence within ecosystems, the elegant flow of energy through the seasons, the silent wisdom held within stones and trees. The mandala reveals itself not only in human connections but in the grand, interconnected dance of the cosmos. The air itself becomes a medium for communication, carrying vibrations of intention and emotion. This expansion requires a fundamental shift in the way the individual relates to their own thoughts. No longer are thoughts merely internal monologues, they are recognized as creative forces, capable of shaping reality. The mandala's design becomes a map for mastering this creative power. The central point remains the core essence of being, unconditional love and awareness. From this center, however powerful thoughts are projected, they radiate outwards, interacting with the layers of the mandala. The outermost layers of the mandala hold the most profound revelations. Here, the individual begins to perceive the underlying field of pure potential, the source from which all manifestation arises. This field is not distant or separate, it is the very ground of being, accessible through the stillness that resides beneath the surface of thought. It is within this stillness that the true nature of the self, as an expression of the universal consciousness, becomes apparent. Understanding the mandala's structure empowers the individual to navigate the spiritual journey with greater intention. Each layer represents a level of awareness to be integrated. Challenges encountered on the path are not obstacles to be overcome, but opportunities to refine the perception and strengthen the connection to the mandala's flow. The individual learns to listen to the patterns, to understand the language of synchronicity, and to consciously contribute to the evolving design. The ultimate realization is that the individual is not merely a part within the mandala, they are the mandala itself in process. The journey from the small inner circle to the expansive recognition of universal interconnectedness is the journey of realizing one's own inherent divinity. The mandala, once perceived only as a distant possibility, becomes the lived reality, the intricate, evolving expression of consciousness unfolding in the present moment. Chapter 23: The Unfolding of Inner Territory. The journey toward spiritual evolution transcends the mere accumulation of knowledge or the performance of rituals. It moves into a realm where the primary work becomes the exploration and understanding of one's own inner territory. This territory is not a fixed location to be discovered, but rather a dynamic field of awareness, thought, and feeling that is constantly unfolding. As individuals commit to this inner exploration, they begin to perceive the interconnectedness of all things not as a distant philosophical concept, but as an immediate, experiential reality within themselves. Recognizing this inner territory is the first step toward mastering the patterns of perception that previously governed one's reactions to the outer world. The old patterns, rooted in fear and separation, had created a limited field of awareness, filtering experience through biases and expectations. The new understanding invites a radical shift, to see the outer world not as a place of conflict or isolation, but as a reflection of the inner landscape. The challenges, the relationships, the mundane events, all become mirrors, offering insights into the nature of one's own consciousness. This perception requires a deliberate cultivation of presence. It is about meeting each moment, each sensation, each thought, and each emotion with an attitude of open curiosity rather than automatic judgment. The inner territory becomes the laboratory where this practice is conducted. Within it, one learns to observe the arising and passing of thoughts without getting entangled by them. One learns to feel emotions without being overwhelmed or defined by them. This practice begins to dissolve the illusion of a solid, separate self, revealing instead a more fluid and integrated sense of being. As this inner work deepens, the concept of the self expands. It is no longer defined by personal history, roles, or achievements, but by the quality of awareness that permeates all experience. This expanded self begins to recognize its intrinsic connection to the entire web of life. The boundaries that once seemed so rigid begin to soften, and a sense of unity emerges. This is not a forced merging or a loss of individuality, but a recognition that the self is already woven into the fabric of existence, interdependent and interconnected. The exploration of the inner territory also brings forth the realization that thought is not merely a tool for understanding the world, but a creative force that shapes both the inner and outer realities. The quality of one's thoughts, whether they are rooted in fear, judgment, or love, begins to be understood as a form of energetic contribution to the collective field of consciousness. This understanding empowers individuals to take greater responsibility for their thoughts, recognizing that they are not just processing information, but actively participating in the creation of their own experience and, in a broader sense, the unfolding of reality itself. This shift in consciousness is not linear or predictable. There will be periods of clarity and insight, followed by times of confusion or doubt. The inner territory can be as vast and mysterious as the outer universe, filled with both wonder and challenges. Yet, the commitment to this exploration becomes a guiding principle, a way of being in the world that honors the process of growth and transformation. It is about moving beyond the desire for quick answers or fixed outcomes, and instead embracing the richness and complexity of the inner journey. As this work continues, a new relationship with time emerges. Time is no longer perceived solely as a linear progression of moments, but as a field of potential, within which the now becomes the most accessible point of creative engagement. The past informs the present, but it no longer dictates it. The future is not a fixed destination to be attained, but an unfolding possibility, shaped by the choices and awareness of the present moment. This understanding liberates individuals from the grip of past regrets and future anxieties, allowing them to live more fully in the immediacy of their experience. The exploration of the inner territory is ultimately about discovering the inherent sacredness of the self and all of existence. It is a recognition that within each individual lies a wellspring of wisdom, creativity, and love, qualities that are not separate from the self, but its very essence. By committing to this inner work, one begins to activate this wellspring, allowing its energy to flow into the world, healing divisions, fostering understanding, and contributing to the collective evolution of consciousness. This is the essence of the journey, to move from a place of limited perception to one of expansive awareness, and in doing so, to help transform the very fabric of reality. Chapter 24. The Unfolding Mandala. The journey of spiritual evolution unfolds not as a linear path with distinct milestones, but more like the gradual unfurling of a complex, beautiful mandala. Initially, one may only perceive the outer edges, the rigid structures of the ego and societal conditioning. These form the initial framework, seemingly immutable and defining the boundaries of one's experience. As awareness deepens, the inner layers begin to reveal themselves. These are not separate stages to be conquered, but rather overlapping circles of understanding, each containing the previous ones within its circumference. There is a realization that the rigid edges of the outer framework were, in fact, permeable, allowing subtle influences and energies to flow in and out, often unnoticed. Within the first few layers, one encounters the patterns of reaction and response that have been ingrained since childhood. These are the automatic tapes playing in the background, dictating how one interprets the world and interacts with others. The initial work involves simply becoming aware of these patterns without judgment. This awareness is the crucial first step in transforming them. Moving inward, the mandala reveals the intricate web of interconnectedness that underlies all phenomena. The apparent separation between self and other, between mind and matter, begins to dissolve. One starts to see the hand of the same underlying intelligence at work in everything, from the smallest microcosm to the vastest macrocosm. This understanding fosters a sense of belonging and kinship with all of existence, dissolving the isolation that the ego thrives upon. Deeper still, one accesses the wellspring of universal creativity. It becomes apparent that the perceived self is not the source of one's being, but rather a channel for this infinite creative potential. The focus shifts from personal achievement and accumulation to expressing this potential in service to the whole. Actions are guided less by personal gain and more by a felt sense of what is needed in the moment, harmonizing with the flow of the larger system. At the very core of the mandala lies pure awareness, the unconditioned witness to the unfolding of existence. It is the space of silence from which all thoughts, feelings, and sensations arise and dissolve without attachment. This core is not a destination to be reached, but the fundamental ground of being from which all experience arises. It is the realization that the observer and the observed are, in truth, one and the same. Understanding the mandala structure provides a powerful framework for navigating the complexities of spiritual growth. It allows one to see the interplay between the personal and the universal, the conscious and the unconscious, the individual and the collective. It offers a visual and conceptual tool for comprehending the seemingly paradoxical nature of evolution, which involves both the expansion of individual awareness and the integration into a larger whole. As one works with the mandala model, it becomes clear that spiritual evolution is an ongoing process, not a final destination. The mandala itself continues to evolve, revealing ever deeper layers of understanding and connection. The journey is one of continuous discovery, adaptation, and integration, guided by the inherent wisdom of the unfolding pattern. Chapter 25. The Unfolding of Inner Territory. The journey towards spiritual awareness does not proceed along a predetermined, linear path. Instead, it unfolds more like the discovery of a vast, intricate territory within oneself, a landscape that is both infinitely deep and surprisingly immediate, accessible right where one stands, yet always revealing new dimensions. Early on, the seeker often approaches this inner territory with a map drawn by others, expecting landmarks and signposts to be found in the same places as everyone else. They seek validation in external symbols or in the experiences of those who have gone before, believing that understanding must follow a specific sequence. However, as the process deepens, the nature of this territory becomes clearer. It is not a place one travels to, but a field of being that one gradually enters more fully. The map becomes less relevant, replaced by the subtle guidance of inner feeling and the direct perception of reality's underlying patterns. This internal landscape is not static, it shifts and reveals itself according to the readiness and awareness of the observer. Some areas may remain veiled, shimmering with potential just beyond perception, while others open with startling clarity, offering profound insights. The very structure of this inner territory resists easy categorization. It is not merely a collection of thoughts, emotions, or memories, it is the field from which these emerge, and the space in which they are transformed. Within this field, the rigid boundaries between self and other begin to dissolve. The observer realizes that the sense of a separate I is a construct, an illusion born of a particular way of perceiving this territory. To truly explore it is to move beyond identification with this limited sense of self and into a more expansive awareness of interconnectedness. This expansion requires a fundamental shift in the tools of perception. The linear, analytical mind, which served well in navigating the external world, becomes less effective when exploring the nonlinear, intuitive aspects of this inner territory. Direct perception, the ability to simply see what is, without the filter of judgment, belief, or past conditioning, becomes paramount. It is like learning to navigate by the stars rather than by the landscape below. One perceives the larger pattern from a different vantage point. Within this territory, the nature of time itself softens. The relentless forward march of clock time gives way to a more fluid understanding of moments. Insights can arrive unexpectedly, seemingly out of nowhere, while periods of deep contemplation may yield little apparent result. The process is not always logical or progressive. It is more like the unfolding of a living, breathing ecosystem, where growth occurs in bursts and unexpected directions. Patience and trust become essential qualities, not mere virtues, but necessary conditions for exploration. The landscape also reveals the nature of suffering. It is not an external event to be overcome, but an internal condition born of resistance to what is. Fear, attachment, and the desire to control are like dense fog that obscures the clarity of the inner territory. To navigate this requires not struggle, but acceptance and observation. By simply witnessing the arising and passing of these states without identifying with them, the observer begins to disentangle the self from the illusion of suffering. The fog may not immediately dissipate, but the clarity through the fog begins to emerge. As the exploration continues, the inner territory reveals its inherent intelligence and creativity. Solutions to external problems often arise from a place beyond conscious thought, born of this deep connection to the underlying patterns of reality. The capacity for healing, both physical and emotional, increases as the observer aligns with the vital energy flowing through this field. This is not about wielding power over the territory, but about learning to dance within its currents, moving with grace and awareness. Ultimately, the exploration of this inner territory is about discovering the inherent divinity within oneself. The barriers that separate the human from the sacred, the mundane from the extraordinary, begin to crumble. The realization dawns that the territory itself is the expression of that which is sacred, that the journey inward is the journey home. This understanding transforms the nature of one's presence in the world, infusing every moment with a sense of profound connection and purpose. The unfolding of inner territory is the unfolding of one's true nature, the realization of the sacred presence already inherent within. Chapter 26. The unfolding of inner territory. The journey of spiritual evolution unfolds not along a predetermined map, but through the discovery and mapping of one's own inner territory. Early stages often involve recognizing the boundaries established by societal conditioning, fear, and past experiences. These perceived limits are frequently far more rigid in the mind than in reality, created by the ego's need for security and its resistance to the unknown. As awareness deepens, one begins to perceive fissures in these mental walls. It is not necessarily a sudden tearing down, but rather a subtle softening, a recognition that the edges of one's understanding and comfort zone are porous. Thoughts and feelings that were once considered strictly mine, belonging to this defined self, start to appear with a different quality. They are still experienced, yet observed with a growing sense of detachment, as if witnessing a river flow rather than being swept away by its currents. This observation allows for a crucial shift, the realization that many internal struggles and conflicts are not inherent truths about the self, but rather reactions to internalized external influences. The mind, once seen as the core of the individual, begins to be understood as a vast landscape, a field of consciousness where thoughts, emotions, and sensations arise and pass like clouds across the sky. The self is not this sky, but the vast, open space within from which the clouds emerge and into which they dissolve. The practice of conscious awareness becomes the tool for exploration within this inner territory. It is less about controlling thoughts and more about acknowledging their presence without judgment. Each thought, sensation, or emotion is met with gentle curiosity. Where did it come from? What triggered it? What does it reveal about the landscape of my inner world? This process naturally leads to the discovery of unexplored regions within the self. There are aspects of consciousness that have remained dormant, shadowed by the dominance of the ego's agenda. These might be profound capacities for empathy, intuitive insight, or creative expression that were suppressed or never fully developed. As the mind becomes quieter and more receptive, these hidden facets begin to surface, offering new perspectives and possibilities. The atmosphere of this inner territory is one of profound stillness and potential. It is a space where the relentless chatter of the ego can finally begin to quieten, revealing the underlying peace that has always been present but obscured. In this stillness, one starts to hear whispers of a deeper guidance, not as commands, but as subtle nudges in alignment with the natural flow of life. Visualizing this inner territory can be a powerful aid. Imagine a vast, open space, perhaps a field, a garden, or a forest. This is the landscape of your consciousness. Begin by becoming aware of the boundaries you have perceived, the fences, walls, or thickets that limit your exploration. Notice them without trying to immediately remove them. Simply observe their nature, their texture, their perceived solidity. Next, focus on the space within these boundaries. What do you sense? Is it quiet or filled with noise? Is it vibrant with life or barren and neglected? Bring your conscious awareness to this inner space. Gently clear away layers of mental clutter, much like tending a garden. Do not force anything. Simply allow the awareness to rest in the space itself. As you cultivate this inner awareness, small changes begin to occur. The landscape becomes more vibrant, the air clearer. New paths may appear, leading to areas previously unknown. These paths represent new ways of being, new perspectives that emerge as the inner territory is explored with curiosity and kindness. The true significance of mapping this inner territory lies in the expansion of consciousness. As more regions are explored and integrated, the sense of self expands beyond the narrow boundaries of the ego. One begins to recognize a deeper interconnectedness with all life, not as an abstract concept, but as a lived experience arising from the nature of consciousness itself. This unfolding is a gradual process, requiring patience and persistent application of awareness. It is the work of a lifetime, yet each moment of conscious exploration brings its own rewards, a deeper sense of peace, a greater capacity for love and compassion, and a growing sense of belonging to something far larger than the individual self. The inner territory, once perceived as a fixed and limited space, reveals itself to be boundless, waiting to be explored and integrated into the evolving consciousness of humanity. Chapter 27. The journey of understanding is more like navigating a vast, shimmering ocean, where the land masses of conventional belief are distant shores, and the true continent of awareness lies just beneath the waves, constantly shifting and revealing new coastlines. Many seek clarity by charting fixed courses, relying on maps drawn by the past, yet the ocean itself is alive, and its currents carry the potential for unexpected discovery. This realization often comes not through grand epiphanies, but through the quiet accumulation of small, seemingly insignificant insights. Like discovering a peculiar pattern in the sand or noticing the way light filters through a unique arrangement of leaves, these moments of perception offer glimpses into a deeper order. They are the cracks through which the light of a larger reality begins to shine, illuminating the constructed nature of much of what is taken for granted. The collective consciousness of humanity operates much like this ocean. For centuries, it has flowed in predictable patterns, driven by ingrained fears, desires, and the need for external validation. These currents shape our societies, our relationships, and our individual lives, often without our conscious awareness. We ride the waves, sometimes caught in storms, sometimes enjoying gentle breezes, but rarely do we pause to observe the vastness and the power of the water itself. Yet, a subtle shift is occurring. A growing number of individuals are beginning to sense the underlying texture of this ocean. They feel the ebb and flow not just of external events, but of the subtle energies that connect all things. They are beginning to understand that the patterns, once seemed so immutable, are actually held in a field of potential, much like ripples on a pond can change the shape of the water's surface. This field, this underlying reality, is not a distant abstraction. It is the very medium through which all experience unfolds. It is the source of creativity, the wellspring of intuition, and the ground upon which the seeds of transformation are sown. To perceive it is to begin to understand that the boundaries between self and other, between inner and outer, are not absolute but fluid, like the lines between different waves on the sea. The challenge, of course, lies in moving beyond intellectual understanding to genuine perception. The mind is adept at categorizing and analyzing, but it is the heart and the senses that open to the living quality of this field. It requires a willingness to let go of the need for control, to embrace the mystery, and to trust in the unfolding process. This is where the practice of awareness becomes crucial. It is not merely about observing the world around us, but about turning the gaze inward, noticing the subtle shifts within our own being. It is about becoming attuned to the inner landscape, where the currents of emotion, thought, and sensation are constantly revealing the deeper patterns at play. As this inner attunement deepens, a remarkable transformation begins to take place. The rigid structures of the ego, built over years of social conditioning and personal experience, begin to soften. The sense of a separate self, isolated and alone, starts to dissolve, replaced by a growing sense of interconnectedness with all that is. This is not a loss of individuality, but an expansion, a recognition that the self is not a fixed entity but a dynamic expression of the larger field. The visualization of this process can be helpful. Imagine a vast, luminous field, infinitely vast, beneath and around everything. Within this field, thoughts, emotions, and intentions are like ripples spreading outwards. Initially, these ripples may be small and localized, reflecting a limited awareness. But as the capacity for awareness expands, the ripples grow larger, interacting with each other and creating increasingly complex patterns. This field holds the potential for healing, for creativity, for profound transformation. It is the source from which all new possibilities arise. To live in conscious relationship with this field is to align with the natural flow of existence, to move with grace and ease through the changing currents, and to contribute, in however small a way, to the unfolding symphony of life. The journey is ongoing, requiring patience, curiosity, and an unwavering commitment to the process of growth. It is a journey into the unknown, where the rewards are not measured in external achievements but in the quality of presence, the depth of connection, and the joy of participating in the unfolding mystery of existence. The ocean is vast, and the journey is long, but the potential for transformation is limitless, waiting for those brave enough to dive beneath the surface and explore the depths. Chapter 28. The journey of spiritual awakening is often misunderstood as a solitary quest for enlightenment. Many believe it to be a path undertaken in isolation, a personal pilgrimage towards a higher state of being. Yet, the deeper one delves into the nature of consciousness, the more apparent it becomes that this journey is intrinsically woven into the fabric of collective evolution. It is not merely an individual's ascent, but the unfolding of a grand, cosmic symphony in which each soul is a vital note contributing to the greater whole. This realization marks a significant shift in perspective. When one initially embarks on the path, the focus is often inward, fixated on personal struggles, insights, and the transformation of the self. There is a natural tendency to measure progress by internal shifts, the quieting of the mind, the easing of emotional turbulence, the expansion of compassion. These are indeed crucial stages, the necessary foundations upon which deeper understanding can be built. However, a certain limitation arises when this inward focus becomes the sole measure of spiritual development. The true nature of the awakening process involves an expansion that transcends the individual ego. It begins with the recognition that the self is not a bounded entity, but rather a node within an intricate network of interconnectedness. This understanding doesn't come through intellectual grasp alone, it is experienced as a fundamental shift in the quality of awareness itself. The rigid boundaries that once defined the self begin to soften, revealing a deeper layer of consciousness that resonates with the pulse of the universe. This resonance is the first intimation of the collective dimension of spiritual evolution. One starts to perceive patterns and synchronicities that extend far beyond personal circumstances. Insights that arise feel like they originate from a source beyond the individual mind, suggesting a shared pool of awareness from which all beings draw. The personal becomes relative, and the universal gains clarity. The struggles and triumphs of others are no longer seen as distant occurrences but as reflections of the same unfolding process experienced through different lenses. Furthermore, the practice of compassion takes on a new dimension. It moves beyond mere empathy or altruistic action towards a profound identification with the collective human experience. In recognizing the interconnectedness of all beings, one naturally extends compassion not just to those perceived as like-minded or loved ones, but to the entire human family, including those whose paths seem vastly different or even contradictory. This broadened compassion becomes a powerful force, dissolving the illusions of separation that have long plagued humanity. The visualization of this process can be helpful. Imagine consciousness not as a solitary flame, but as a vast, luminous field. Individual souls are like individual points of light within this field, each unique yet fundamentally part of the whole. As spiritual evolution unfolds, these points of light begin to vibrate at higher frequencies, increasing their brightness and expanding their radius of influence. More importantly, the gaps between the points begin to diminish, allowing the light to blend and interact more fully. Picture this field as a vast, intricate musical score, currently existing in a state of conflict and incomplete harmony. Each soul's journey is akin to learning its part, moving from incorrect notes and clashing rhythms towards finding its true tone and place within the composition. The initial stages involve learning the basic melodies and rhythms, overcoming internal discord and external distractions. As awareness deepens, the individual begins to hear the underlying structure of the entire score, the grand themes and the interplay of all parts. The realization that one is not alone in this learning process is profoundly liberating. It transforms the challenges of the path from burdensome obstacles into opportunities for shared growth. When faced with difficulties, one can remember that others are navigating similar waters, perhaps experiencing the same inner struggles or external tests. This awareness fosters a sense of belonging and mutual support that is essential for the collective journey. It encourages patience, understanding, and a recognition that every soul's path contributes to the eventual completion of the symphony. The ultimate goal isn't the cessation of the symphony, but the achievement of a profound harmony. It is the state where the individual notes, while retaining their unique qualities, perfectly blend to create a beautiful, unified whole. This doesn't imply the loss of self, but rather the transcendence of the limited ego self in the recognition of a deeper, shared identity rooted in the universal consciousness. It is the experience of being both an individual voice and a part of the collective chorus, contributing to and receiving from the greater melody. As this understanding deepens, the focus naturally shifts from personal achievement to the contribution of one's unique vibration to the unfolding harmony. The practice of meditation and contemplation becomes less about achieving a personal state of peace and more about attuning oneself to the deeper frequencies of the collective field. One becomes an instrument, consciously playing one's part in the grand composition of human evolution. This perspective offers a powerful framework for understanding the trials and joys of the spiritual path. It encourages a move away from the isolation of the ego towards an embrace of the interconnectedness that is the very nature of reality. It transforms the journey from a solitary pursuit into a vital participation in the collective awakening of humanity. By recognizing our place within this grand symphony, we find a deeper sense of purpose, meaning, and support as we navigate the ongoing process of spiritual evolution. Chapter 29. The journey towards understanding the deeper patterns of existence is not a solitary pursuit, even when experienced individually. Each person, like a unique instrument in a vast orchestra, plays their part in the grand symphony of consciousness evolving. What one perceives as a personal breakthrough is often a harmonic resonance felt by many, a vibration that adjusts the collective tuning. This realization comes not through intellectual analysis alone, but through a subtle shift in perception. It is the moment one moves from seeing events as random occurrences to recognizing them as interwoven threads in a larger tapestry. The challenges faced, the synchronicities encountered, the moments of profound insight, all contribute to a shared, albeit individual, experience of unfolding truth. This awareness dissolves the illusion of isolation, replacing it with a sense of profound connection to the whole. The nature of this unfolding is often misunderstood. It is not a linear progression with predetermined milestones. Instead, it resembles the growth of a complex, living structure where new patterns emerge organically from the interplay of existing ones. There are periods of rapid expansion, times when the understanding seems to leap forward, and there are quieter phases, seemingly static, where the inner work of integrating the new resonates deeply. Both phases are essential. The leaps provide the new notes, while the integration allows the music to settle and find its true meaning. Central to this evolution is the transformation of one's relationship with the self. The initial stages often involve looking outward, identifying with the persona, the roles, the accumulated beliefs and conditioning. As the journey progresses, there is an inevitable inward turn. It becomes necessary to discern the true nature beneath the layers, to understand the energetic core that underlies the personality. This is not about self-annihilation, but about recognizing that the ego, the sense of a separate I, is a temporary structure, a tool that serves a purpose but is not the essence of being. This process requires courage. It involves confronting the parts of oneself that have been ignored, suppressed, or denied. It means sitting with discomfort, with the complexities and contradictions that make up the human experience. Yet, it is through this honest engagement that the true self begins to emerge, revealed not by force, but by the gentle illumination of awareness. The old identity structures, once necessary for navigation in a simpler state of consciousness, begin to loosen their grip, allowing for a more fluid and expansive sense of self. As this inner work deepens, the perception of reality itself begins to shift. The rigid boundaries between inner and outer, self and other, begin to soften. The world is no longer merely a backdrop against which one lives, but an active participant in the evolutionary process. The energy of others, the subtle influences of the environment, the flow of the universe, all become sources of information, of guidance. The mind, previously perhaps focused on analysis and control, begins to function more like a sensitive antenna, tuning into the deeper frequencies of existence. This expanded perception does not eliminate the challenges of the world, but changes the relationship to them. Problems that once seemed insurmountable now appear as opportunities for insight, as puzzles waiting to be solved through a new lens. The capacity for empathy broadens, extending beyond the immediate circle of family and friends to encompass the suffering of strangers, the beauty of nature, the intricate patterns of the cosmos. This is not mere sentimentality, it is the natural consequence of perceiving the interconnectedness of all things. The ultimate purpose of this evolutionary journey, from this perspective, is not to achieve a state of perfect enlightenment but to participate consciously in the unfolding of higher consciousness itself. It is to move from being an unconscious participant in the human drama to becoming a conscious co-creator of a new future. This involves embracing the uncertainty, the mystery, the inherent risks of stepping into the unknown. It is about trusting the process, even when the path is not clear, and committing to the ongoing work of awareness and transformation. The symphony continues, each individual note contributing to the greater whole. Those who have reached certain stages of understanding find themselves acting as guides, not necessarily by instructing others, but by living their own truth in such a way that it resonates and inspires. They become living examples of the possibilities inherent in human evolution, embodying the integration of the old and the new, the personal and the universal. This is the path of the heart, of courage, of unwavering commitment to the truth as it reveals itself moment by moment. It is a path that leads not to a final destination, but into an ever-deepening realization of the boundless potential inherent within each individual and within the collective human experience. The music unfolds, and those who listen with an open heart find their own part to play, contributing to the magnificent symphony of consciousness. Chapter 30. The journey of spiritual evolution is often misunderstood as a linear progression, a simple step-by-step climb towards a distant summit. Many seek a clear map, a predictable path where each stage leads logically to the next, like turning pages in a well-structured manual. However, those who delve deeper discover that the true nature of this path is far more intricate, more resonant with the patterns of the universe itself. It unfolds not in straight lines, but in the complex, beautiful, and sometimes perplexing design of a mandala. Imagine a mandala, a sacred circle that contains within it the essence of a system, a microcosm reflecting the macrocosm. In the context of human evolution, this mandala represents the totality of our potential, the interconnected layers of consciousness we are capable of embodying. It is not a destination to be reached, but a pattern to be lived into, a state of being to be integrated from the center outwards, and vice versa. The initial stages of this mandala often begin with the simple awareness of self within the physical world. This is the foundation, the point of entry where the individual recognizes their separateness, their unique experience, their capacity for thought and feeling. It is a necessary beginning, a place of individuality from which the journey can commence. Yet, this stage alone is insufficient. To remain here is to miss the vast unfolding that lies within the heart of the pattern. As the journey progresses, the individual begins to perceive the connections, the threads that link them not only to other individuals but to the very earth beneath their feet, to the air they breathe, to the stars that illuminate the night. This layer of the mandala is one of expanding awareness, moving beyond the confines of the personal ego to recognize the interdependence of all life. It is a recognition that the self is not an isolated island, but a node within a vast, dynamic network. This understanding fosters a sense of belonging, a feeling of being part of something larger than oneself, yet it is still only one facet of the whole design. Deeper still, the mandala reveals layers involving the exploration of the subtle energies that underpin reality. This is the realm where intuition becomes a reliable guide, where the perception of energies, both within oneself and in the environment, becomes refined. The individual learns to navigate these currents, to understand how their own state of being affects the flow of energy around them, and how the energy of others can influence their own awareness. This layer requires practice, sensitivity, and a willingness to move beyond the purely rational and into the realm of the experiential, the felt sense of reality. Further integration involves the mastery of emotional landscapes. The mandala shows how emotions are not merely reactions to external events, but profound indicators of inner states, reflections of the individual's alignment or misalignment with their deeper truth. Learning to navigate the tides of joy, sorrow, fear, and love without being overwhelmed by them is a crucial step. It is about developing emotional intelligence, recognizing the wisdom contained within each feeling, and learning to allow emotions to pass through the self without becoming anchors of suffering or blocks to perception. This mastery allows the individual to remain centered, even amidst the turbulence of life's experiences. At the heart of the mandala, beyond the layers of external connection, subtle perception, and emotional mastery, lies a state of profound inner stillness and presence. This is not a state to be actively pursued through effort, but rather a natural consequence of the previous stages having been integrated. It is a place of being, where the individual rests in the awareness of their true nature, unconditioned by the fluctuations of the outer world or the internal landscape of thoughts and emotions. From this central point, the perception of the entire mandala shifts. What were once separate layers now appear as facets of a single, unified whole. The connections become self-evident, the subtle energies flow with effortless understanding, and the emotional landscape is one of profound peace and compassion. The individual realizes that the journey was not about reaching this center, but about becoming it. The evolution was not about adding layers, but about integrating them back into a state of wholeness. Living from this center, the individual becomes an anchor of awareness in the world. Their actions, influenced by this deep understanding and connection, naturally contribute to the harmony of the larger system. They understand that their path is not separate from the path of all others, it is an integral part of the unfolding pattern. The mandala, once a complex design to be understood, becomes the lived reality from which they operate, a state of being that informs every choice and every interaction. This final stage is less a destination and more a continuous state of awareness. It is the realization that the individual is the universe experiencing itself, and that the evolution of the self is inseparable from the evolution of all consciousness. The mandala, once a map, becomes the territory itself, the embodiment of the interconnected, evolutionary pattern of human awareness. It is a journey into the heart of the sacred circle, where the individual discovers that they were the center all along. Chapter 31. The journey toward higher consciousness is often misunderstood as a solitary pursuit, a personal climb up a mountain of introspection. Many believe it requires retreating from the world, finding a quiet corner where the noise of everyday life cannot disturb the delicate process of inner awakening. This perception, while containing a kernel of truth in its emphasis on inner work, overlooks a profound aspect of the human experience. Our deep interconnectedness and the role of collective resonance in spiritual evolution. Think of humanity not as isolated individuals scattered across the globe, but as interconnected nodes within a vast, dynamic network. Each individual's awakening, each step toward greater awareness, sends ripples through this network. These ripples do not merely disappear upon reaching the edges, they interact, merge, and amplify one another. What begins as a personal insight, a moment of clarity within one mind, can, through the invisible threads of empathy and shared energy, touch countless others. Consider the nature of learning itself. A single spark of understanding can ignite a flame in another. A shared insight, expressed through words, art, or simple presence, can provide the very fuel needed for someone else's moment of breakthrough. This is not to say that personal effort is unimportant. The foundation must be built from within. One must cultivate the awareness, the willingness to see beyond the surface, to listen to the deeper truths within. Yet, the realization that one's own awakening contributes to a larger symphony changes the perspective. It transforms the solitary climb into a collaborative journey, where each step forward by one individual subtly alters the landscape for all. The atmosphere shifts as this understanding deepens. The world ceases to be merely a backdrop for personal struggle and becomes a living, breathing field of potential interaction. The challenges and joys of others are no longer seen as entirely separate events but as part of the collective tapestry. Compassion deepens, not out of obligation, but as a natural consequence of recognizing the echo of one's own journey within another. The boundaries that once seemed so firm begin to soften, revealing a deeper unity beneath the surface diversity of human experience. This interconnectedness suggests a new way to visualize spiritual growth. Imagine not a ladder ascending alone, but a vast, intricate web. Each individual is a point upon this web, capable of both receiving and transmitting energy. As one point vibrates at a higher frequency, it influences the surrounding points. The goal is not to reach a destination separate from others but to raise the overall vibration of the web through one's own conscious participation. This perspective invites a revaluation of conflict and separation. When seen through the lens of interconnectedness, conflict appears as a conflict within the symphony, a place where the flow of energy is blocked. The path forward involves not just personal healing, but contributing to the resolution of these conflicts, recognizing that healing one part of the web inevitably strengthens the whole. It is about listening to the subtle calls for help from others, not as burdens, but as opportunities to extend one's own awareness and compassion. The role of the teacher, in this context, shifts as well. The true teacher does not merely impart information but acts as a catalyst, a harmonizer of frequencies. They create a space where insights can emerge, where the collective consciousness can access deeper wisdom. Their influence is felt far beyond the physical presence, resonating through the network of interconnected souls they touch. The greatest teaching often occurs not in grand pronouncements but in quiet presence, in the modeling of a life aligned with higher principles. As individuals embrace this understanding, a new kind of community begins to form. It is not based on shared beliefs in the traditional sense, but on a shared recognition of the underlying unity. It is a community built on resonance, on the mutual amplification of positive energy and awareness. This community is not confined by geography or ideology. It exists in the invisible dimensions of consciousness, accessible to anyone willing to attune to its frequency. The final realization is that this unfolding symphony is not merely happening to humanity. Humanity is the symphony itself. The journey towards spiritual evolution is the process of becoming more conscious creators of this symphony, of choosing the notes, the harmonies, and the rhythms that contribute to a more beautiful, more compassionate world. It is a call to participate fully, to bring one's unique voice into the mix, and to recognize that every conscious choice makes a difference in the collective tone. The path forward is less about finding a hidden destination and more about engaging consciously with the unfolding reality. It is about listening to the deeper structure of existence, understanding one's place within the vast interconnectedness, and contributing one's unique vibration with intention and love. In doing so, one becomes not just a participant in the symphony, but a co-creator of its future. Chapter 32. The journey of spiritual awakening is often misunderstood as a solitary climb up a mountain of personal effort. Many seek enlightenment through rigorous discipline, intense meditation, or the mastery of complex teachings. While dedication has its place, a profound realization gradually dawns on those who persevere. The true path is not solely about individual ascent, but about alignment with a vast, underlying field of consciousness that permeates all of existence. This field, sometimes referred to as the collective unconscious or the Akashic records, is the source from which all inspiration, intuition, and profound understanding arise. It is the ocean of potential from which every idea, every feeling, and every experience emerges. Initially, most individuals perceive this field as something external, a reservoir to draw from, rather than recognizing it as their own intrinsic nature. The shift in perception is subtle yet revolutionary. The realization comes that the individual self is not a separate entity floating within this field, but rather a distinct wave arising from its infinite depth. This understanding dissolves the illusion of isolation and separateness that has been the foundation of much human suffering. When one recognizes this fundamental unity, the the sense of competition, judgment, and fear begins to soften, replaced by a feeling of belonging and interconnection. This awakening to the field requires a conscious decision to shift the focus from the egoic mind, the constant chatter of self-interest and past conditioning, towards a state of receptive awareness. The ego thrives on separation and control, constantly defining the self against the perceived other. However, the path to higher consciousness involves letting go of this need for control and opening oneself to the subtle influences of the field. It is like learning to swim in an ocean. The initial struggle is with the waves, but eventually, one learns to ride them, finding freedom and movement within the larger current. The practice of aligning with this field is not about passive resignation, but about active participation. It involves cultivating states of presence, where the mind is quiet yet alert, receptive to the whispers of the deeper self and the collective awareness. Techniques such as meditation, or simply spending time in nature can facilitate this quieting of the mind. These practices help to create the inner stillness necessary to perceive the underlying patterns and resonances of the field. As one becomes more aligned, the nature of perception itself begins to change. The world is no longer seen as a collection of separate objects and events, but as a web of interconnected energies and intentions. What was once perceived as random chance or external circumstances starts to be understood as meaningful patterns and synchronicities, the field's way of guiding and revealing its deeper truths. This expanded perception allows for a more intuitive approach to life, where decisions are made not solely from rational analysis, but from a deeper understanding informed by the resonance within the field. This alignment also transforms the relationship with the past. The heavy burdens of guilt, regret, and unresolved trauma begin to lift. The field offers a perspective that transcends linear time, allowing individuals to access the wisdom contained within their life experiences without being anchored by their emotional charge. Healing becomes a natural process of integration, where past wounds are transformed into sources of understanding and compassion. The ultimate realization is that the evolution of humanity is not merely a series of individual awakenings, but a collective shift in consciousness, facilitated by this unfolding field. Each individual who aligns with it acts as a node in a growing network, amplifying the frequency of unity and love. This collective awakening holds the potential to transform not only the individual experience but the very fabric of society, leading towards a future based on cooperation, shared understanding, and a reverence for the interconnectedness of all life. The journey towards this alignment is ongoing, requiring continuous effort and vigilance. The egoic mind, the remnants of old conditioning, and the distractions of the external world will always present challenges. Yet, the awareness that one is part of a greater field, a source of infinite wisdom and potential, provides the unwavering foundation needed to navigate these challenges. It is this understanding that transforms the spiritual path from a solitary pursuit into a shared journey towards a more enlightened future for all. Chapter 33. Humanity stands at a precipice, not of physical danger alone, but of a profound shift in perception. The collective consciousness, like a vast, intricate tapestry, is beginning to reveal patterns and connections previously unseen. This unfolding understanding is not merely an intellectual exercise, it is a deep, experimental shift in how we perceive reality and our place within it. We are moving beyond the fragmented view of a separate self, towards an awareness of interconnectedness on a fundamental level. The journey towards this new perception involves recognizing the subtle interplay of energies that shape our existence. Imagine the universe not as a collection of isolated objects, but as a living, breathing symphony, where every note, every melody, and every harmony is interdependent. Our own consciousness is a unique instrument within this grand composition, capable of both contributing to the discordant notes of fear and separation, and playing in harmony with the universal melody of love and unity. To progress along this path, one must learn to listen beyond the surface sounds of the world. The true music of the cosmos resonates on frequencies far deeper than the five senses can perceive. It is a vibration of oneness, a constant hum of creative potential that underlies all manifestation. As individuals attune their inner sensitivities, they begin to hear this underlying harmony, recognizing the patterns that connect seemingly different events and experiences. This attunement requires a conscious effort to quiet the internal noise. The chatter of the mind, filled with endless thoughts, judgments, and worries, often drowns out the deeper frequencies of the soul. By cultivating practices that still the mind, such as meditation, contemplative prayer, or simply spending time in nature, individuals create the space necessary to perceive the subtle vibrations of the universe. In this quietude, the symphony becomes audible, revealing the interconnected nature of all things. Seeing the world through the lens of this interconnected symphony transforms the way we relate to others. Instead of viewing others as separate entities, we begin to recognize the shared notes within their melodies. Our joys resonate with theirs, and our sorrows create a sympathetic vibration. This recognition fosters a deep sense of empathy and compassion, naturally extending our circle of care beyond family and community to embrace all of humanity and the planet itself. Furthermore, understanding consciousness as part of a larger, interconnected system shifts our perspective on problem solving. The old model of isolated individuals competing for resources and power becomes increasingly inadequate. The challenges facing the world, environmental degradation, social injustice, and spiritual disconnection, require a collaborative approach that honors the interdependence of all elements involved. Solutions that arise from this perspective are not merely technical fixes but emerge from a recognition of the deeper harmonies and balances within the system. This evolving consciousness also invites a redefinition of purpose. Our individual lives are not merely isolated journeys but integral movements within the grand symphony. Each person has a unique part to play, a specific vibration to contribute. Discovering this purpose involves listening to the inner guidance, the subtle nudges from the deeper self that align with the universal melody. It is about finding ways to express our unique talents and gifts in a way that supports the overall harmony and evolution of the whole. The path of recognizing this interconnected symphony is not without its challenges. The old paradigm, rooted in separation and competition, still exerts a powerful influence. Doubt, fear, and the inertia of habit can create significant resistance to this new way of seeing. Yet, the very nature of a symphony is that it involves both harmony and conflict. The journey involves learning to navigate the difficult chords, to integrate the discordant notes into the larger harmony, rather than seeking only smooth, predictable sounds. As humanity collectively moves towards this new understanding, the fabric of reality itself is beginning to shift. The rigid structures of separation that have defined the past are becoming more permeable, allowing for a greater flow of energy and information. This transition may manifest in various ways: new technologies that emphasize connection, shifts in social structures that foster collaboration, and a growing number of individuals who embody this new consciousness. Ultimately, the recognition of consciousness as part of an unfolding universal symphony is an invitation to participate consciously in the evolution of the whole. It is a call to become not just observers of life, but active co-creators of a future based on understanding, compassion, and harmonic collaboration. The music is playing, and each individual note matters. The question is, will we listen and join the melody, or continue to drown out the harmony with the noise of separation? Chapter 34. The journey toward spiritual evolution is often misunderstood as a solitary quest for enlightenment. Many believe it to be a path of individual discovery, a personal pilgrimage towards a higher state of being. While the internal transformation is indeed profound and deeply personal, it is also intrinsically woven into the larger tapestry of human consciousness. This realization marks a significant shift in understanding, moving beyond the egoic focus on the self to embrace the interconnectedness of all experience. Imagine consciousness not as a singular entity, but as an expansive field, a vast ocean of potential. Within this ocean, individual awareness arises like bubbles, each unique yet part of the same medium. Our traditional views often place these bubbles in isolation, emphasizing the separate self. The evolution proposed here invites us to perceive these bubbles not as distinct entities, but as interconnected nodes within a dynamic, living network. Each node influences, resonates with, and is influenced by every other node. This understanding transforms the concept of spiritual growth. It is no longer solely about the individual's ascent, but about the collective tuning and harmonization of these countless awarenesses. Just as a single note, however beautiful, is limited in its impact compared to a well-composed symphony, individual spiritual attainment holds less significance when viewed within the context of this collective field. The true potential for transformation is unlocked when we begin to consciously participate in the composition of this grand symphony. The ego, that persistent voice of separation, often resists this perspective. It thrives on the illusion of individuality, reinforcing the idea that my journey is mine alone. Yet, the very nature of the ego is to create division where none truly exists. Observing this pattern without judgment becomes a crucial practice. By acknowledging the egoic tendency towards isolation, we create the space necessary to consciously choose a different way of being, one rooted in connection and collective resonance. The path forward involves a subtle but profound shift in perception. Instead of focusing solely inward, the practice becomes one of listening. Listening not just to the inner voice, but to the subtle undercurrents of the collective consciousness. This listening is not passive, it requires an open, receptive heart and a willingness to sense the vibrations of shared experience. It is through this attunement that we begin to perceive the deeper patterns and harmonies at play. Visualize this field of consciousness as a vast, luminous grid, infinitely complex and intricately detailed. Each individual awareness is a point of light upon this grid, capable of both receiving and transmitting energy. As we evolve spiritually, our points of light begin to vibrate at higher frequencies, attuning to the more refined tones of the collective. This attunement allows for a deeper exchange of information, insight, and love, fostering a sense of shared purpose and understanding. The challenges we face, both individually and as a collective, can be viewed as opportunities for this attunement. Difficulties, conflicts, and moments of suffering are not merely external obstacles to be overcome, but signals indicating areas within the collective field where harmony is needed. They are calls to consciousness, urging us to move beyond reactive patterns and into a space of conscious response guided by empathy and interconnectedness. This does not suggest a world without struggle or difference. Rather, it proposes a shift in how we engage with these experiences. Instead of viewing differences as threats or divisions, see them as unique contributions to the overall symphony. Each individual perspective, each unique cultural expression, each distinct life experience adds a specific color, a particular melody to the grand composition. The evolution lies in learning to appreciate and integrate these diverse elements into a richer, more vibrant whole. The practice of consciously participating in the collective consciousness requires dedication and intention. It involves cultivating qualities such as compassion, forgiveness, and gratitude, not as mere emotional states, but as conscious choices that ripple outward, influencing the field. Small acts of kindness, moments of genuine empathy, and expressions of understanding become powerful tools for spiritual evolution, both for the individual and the collective. As more individuals begin to consciously attune to this larger field, a subtle but transformative shift occurs. The sense of isolation diminishes, replaced by a growing awareness of belonging and interdependence. The focus naturally moves from personal gain towards the well-being of the whole. This is not a sacrifice of the individual, but an expansion of consciousness, where the self is recognized as an integral part of a much larger, more magnificent whole. This understanding offers a profound sense of hope and purpose. It suggests that the evolution of humanity is not merely a series of individual awakenings, but a collective movement towards a higher state of conscious unity. The symphony of consciousness, once played in conflict and fragmentation, begins to unfold into a harmonious melody of shared awareness and co-creation. The journey is ongoing, requiring courage, openness, and a deep yearning to connect beyond the superficial layers of separation. The potential for transformation is limitless, as is the beauty of the unfolding symphony. Chapter 35. The journey of spiritual evolution unfolds not along a predetermined path, but through the intricate weaving of insights gathered from the world's wisdom traditions. Each thread, representing a different understanding or practice, contributes to the grand design of the individual's inner tapestry. This tapestry is not merely decorative, it is the very fabric of consciousness, reflecting the depth and breadth of one's awareness. At the heart of this process lies the recognition that true growth requires more than intellectual understanding. It demands a profound shift in perception, a move from the fragmented view of the ego to the holistic awareness of the soul. This transition is often misunderstood, for it is not about abandoning the ego entirely but rather integrating it into a larger framework of understanding. Consider the metaphor of the tapestry. Each individual begins with a few basic threads, the rudimentary beliefs and values inherited from their culture and upbringing. As they embark on their spiritual journey, they encounter new perspectives, each adding a new color or texture to their work. These encounters might come through reading, meditation, or deep conversations with others on a similar path. The challenge lies in integrating these new threads without unraveling the existing structure. This is where the practice of mindfulness becomes invaluable. By cultivating a present-moment awareness, individuals can observe their thoughts and emotions without becoming attached to them. This detachment allows for a clearer perception of the underlying patterns of their consciousness. One of the key insights from the collective wisdom is the concept of synchronicity. These meaningful coincidences are not mere accidents but signs that the universe is guiding us toward our next step. By paying attention to these occurrences, individuals can gain valuable insights into their spiritual path. For example, a sudden encounter with a particular book or person might provide the exact guidance needed at that moment. Another crucial element in this process is the development of empathy. As individuals expand their awareness, they begin to see the interconnectedness of all beings. This realization fosters a deep sense of compassion, which in turn enhances their ability to understand and relate to others. Empathy is not just an emotional response, it is a cognitive shift that restructures how one perceives the world. The role of the ego in this journey cannot be overstated. The ego, with its need for control and validation, often resists the changes required for spiritual growth. However, it is also the ego that provides the motivation to seek deeper understanding. The key is to find a balance between the ego's drive and the soul's longing for unity. This balance is achieved through a practice of self-reflection. By regularly examining their thoughts and actions, individuals can identify areas where their ego is causing unnecessary suffering. This self-awareness allows them to make conscious choices that align more closely with their spiritual goals. It is through this process that the tapestry begins to take on a more coherent and meaningful form. The final stage of this journey is the realization of unity. This is not a sudden event but a gradual unfolding, as the individual's awareness expands to include the entire web of life. At this point, the distinctions between self and other begin to dissolve, and a profound sense of oneness emerges. This realization is the culmination of the tapestry, the point where all the threads come together in a harmonious whole. In conclusion, the journey of spiritual evolution is a process of weaving together the threads of various wisdom traditions. It requires a balance between the ego's drive and the soul's longing, a practice of mindfulness and self-reflection, and an openness to the guidance of synchronicity. As individuals embark on this path, they begin to see the interconnectedness of all things and realize their place within the grand design of the universe. This understanding not only enriches their own lives but also contributes to the evolution of humanity as a whole. Chapter 36. Humanity stands at a threshold, a moment of collective realization dawning across the globe. It is not a sudden revelation, but rather the slow, persistent unfurling of a deeper understanding, a shift in perception as fundamental as the discovery of the wheel or the printing press. This emerging awareness is not born of new information alone, though the influx of insights from diverse traditions and personal experiences certainly aids its gestation. No, its true source is far more profound. The direct experience, by an increasing number of individuals, of a field of intelligent energy that permeates all of existence. For too long, the prevailing worldview has confined consciousness to the isolated brain, a self-contained mechanism generating thoughts and sensations. This model, while useful for certain practical applications, has proven inadequate in explaining the subtle connections, the synchronicities, the intuitive insights that seem to transcend mere chance. The new understanding assumes instead that consciousness is not a closed system, but an open field, a dynamic interplay within a vast, underlying energetic matrix. Imagine, if you will, the universe not as a collection of separate objects moving through space and time, but as a single, living, intelligent field. Within this field, everything is interconnected, resonating at different frequencies, influencing one another constantly. This field is the source of all manifestation, the ground of being from which forms arise and dissolve. It is the ocean of potential from which life emerges, and to which it eventually returns. This field is not merely a passive backdrop, it is active, intelligent, and responsive. It holds the memory of the universe, both the grand cosmic cycles and the subtle impressions of individual experiences. It is the repository of collective consciousness, reflecting and shaping the collective state of being. When enough individuals attune to this field, when they learn to navigate its currents with awareness and intention, the field itself begins to shift. This is the essence of spiritual evolution, the gradual awakening of human consciousness to its true nature as a participatory aspect of this universal field. It is a process of moving from a state of perceived separation, where we see ourselves as isolated entities struggling against an external world, to a state of unified awareness, where we recognize our intrinsic connection to all that is. This shift is not about gaining new information, but about changing our relationship to the information already present, interpreting it through the lens of unity rather than separation. The journey toward this understanding involves several key stages. The first is the recognition of the field itself, the conscious awareness that there is something more to reality than what the five senses typically perceive. This often begins with moments of awe, those fleeting experiences of wonder when confronted with the beauty of nature, the complexity of a mathematical equation, or the depth of another human being. These moments are invitations to look beyond the surface, to sense the underlying unity. The second stage involves learning to attune to the field. This is not a process of intense mental effort, but rather one of quiet presence, of allowing the mind to settle into a state of receptive awareness. It is like learning to listen to the subtle nuances of music, to hear the underlying melody beneath the surface harmonies. Practices such as meditation, contemplation, and spending time in nature can help cultivate this attunement. By regularly engaging in these practices, individuals begin to develop a sensitivity to the field's vibrations, to sense the subtle shifts in energy that precede significant events or changes in consciousness. The third stage is learning to navigate the field intentionally. Once we have developed a sensitivity to its currents, we can begin to use this awareness to guide our actions and choices. This involves moving beyond reactive patterns of behavior, driven by conditioned responses and ingrained habits, and instead acting from a place of conscious awareness and intention. It is about recognizing that every thought, word, and action sends ripples through the field, influencing not only our own consciousness but also the collective state of being. This intentional navigation requires a fundamental shift in our relationship to the concept of self. In the old paradigm, the self is a separate entity, distinct from others and the environment. In the new understanding, the self is an illusion, a temporary manifestation within the field, a focal point of awareness rather than a separate entity. This realization allows us to transcend the ego's limitations, to see ourselves as part of a larger whole, and to act from a place of compassion and empathy for all beings. As more individuals awaken to their connection with the field itself begins to evolve. Its vibrations shift, becoming more harmonious, more aligned with the principles of love, compassion, and unity. This evolutionary process is not linear, nor is it without its challenges. The field is a reflection of the collective consciousness, and as humanity grapples with the complexities of its own evolution, the field reflects these struggles and tensions. Yet, beneath the surface turmoil, there is a growing sense of possibility, a burgeoning hope that humanity can consciously participate in this evolutionary process. The insights from prophecies, and the many other wisdom traditions that point to this same understanding, are not merely predictions of the future, but blueprints for the present. They offer a map for navigating the currents of the field, for moving beyond the limitations of the ego and into a state of unified awareness. The path ahead is not easy, nor is it without its challenges. The old paradigm is deeply entrenched, and the forces of separation are powerful. Yet, the growing number of individuals who have already made the transition offer a beacon of hope, a living testament to the possibility of this evolutionary journey. They stand as proof that the field is changing, that consciousness is expanding, and that humanity is on the verge of a profound transformation. As this transformation unfolds, the field will continue to evolve, becoming a more refined and harmonious expression of the universal consciousness. And those who attune to this field will find themselves increasingly aligned with its vibrations, living from a place of unity, compassion, and purpose. This is the promise of spiritual evolution, a journey from separation to unity, from illusion to reality, from fear to love. It is a journey that begins within each individual, but one that ultimately transforms the entire field of consciousness. Chapter 37. Humanity stands at a precipice, not of physical danger alone, but of a profound shift in perception. The old models, built upon separation and duality, are fraying at the edges, revealing a deeper reality beneath. This reality is not a static destination to be reached, but an ongoing process, a continuous unfolding of consciousness itself. We are not merely evolving, we are becoming the evolution, participating in the very composition of the cosmic symphony. For too long, the path of spiritual awakening has been viewed through a narrow lens, focusing on isolated practices and personal enlightenment. While these individual steps are necessary, they are only components of a much larger pattern. The true work involves recognizing our interconnectedness not as a pleasant idea, but as the fundamental structure of existence. It requires understanding that each individual consciousness is a note in a vast, intricate melody, contributing to the harmony or discord of the whole. The nature of this unfolding can be visualized through layers of awareness. Begin with the everyday consciousness, the mind cluttered with thoughts, concerns, and the chatter of the external world. This is the surface level, familiar yet often overwhelming. Beneath it lies the realm of deeper feeling, the intuitive knowing that often defies logical explanation. It is here that subtle shifts begin to occur, where empathy and compassion naturally arise in response to the suffering of others, not through forced reasoning, but as an organic extension of our own being. Further still, we encounter the space of pure potentiality, the quiet center from which inspiration flows and creative expression emerges unburdened by self-judgment. This is the realm where the individual note begins to connect with the surrounding melody. It is a space of stillness, not emptiness, but a vibrant field of possibility, rich with the potential for new connections and understanding. Many seek this space through meditation or moments of profound absorption, yet it resides within everyone, waiting to be accessed. The crucial realization emerges when these internal layers connect with the external world. The boundary between self and other dissolves not through forced acceptance, but through direct experience. In moments of deep connection, whether with another person, an animal, the natural world, or even a piece of art, we taste the oneness. The individual note resonates with the surrounding melody, and the distinction between them softens, revealing a deeper unity. This is where the true work of consciousness takes shape. It is not merely about achieving personal peace or enlightenment in isolation. It is about recognizing that our state of being directly influences the state of the whole. When more individuals access the deeper layers of awareness and connect with the sense of oneness, the collective consciousness shifts. It is a gradual process, like turning dials on a radio, gradually tuning into a higher frequency of understanding and cooperation. The challenge lies not in finding a hidden technique or following a prescribed doctrine, but in embracing the process of awareness itself. It requires the courage to look inward, to observe the patterns of thought and feeling without judgment, and to allow the deeper qualities of empathy, compassion, and connection to emerge naturally. It involves recognizing that every action, every word, every intention sends ripples through the interconnected web of existence. Imagine the universe not as a machine, with separate parts functioning independently, but as a living, breathing organism, where each cell, each organ, is interconnected and interdependent. Each individual consciousness is a vital cell within this vast organism. When a cell becomes diseased or separate, the entire organism is affected. Conversely, when a cell heals, regenerates, and reconnects with the whole, it contributes to the health and vitality of the entire system. Our journey, then, is one of remembering our connection. It is about awakening to the symphony playing all around us and within us, and finding our unique note to contribute. This does not mean abandoning individuality, rather, it means recognizing that our individuality is most authentic and fulfilled when lived in harmony with the whole. It is a shift from a mindset of I, me, mine to one of we, us, ours, where the well-being of the individual is inseparable from the well-being of the collective. The future is not a place to be reached, but a possibility to be co-created. As more individuals awaken to this deeper reality, the fabric of society begins to transform. Old structures built on separation and competition give way to new models of collaboration and mutual support. The focus shifts from accumulating resources for the self to sharing and distributing them for the benefit of all. Innovation flourishes as individuals draw from the collective pool of awareness and creativity. This unfolding is not predetermined, but depends on the choices and awareness of each individual. It is a call to engage with the process of spiritual evolution not as a passive recipient, but as an active participant. By cultivating awareness, embracing connection, and living from the deeper qualities of our being, we contribute to the composition of a more harmonious and compassionate world. The journey is ongoing, requiring patience, persistence, and an open heart. It is a path of discovery, where each step reveals a deeper layer of understanding and connection. As we move forward, guided by the emerging clarity of our own awareness, we become not just participants in evolution, but co-creators of a new reality, one where the symphony of consciousness resonates in greater harmony and understanding. Chapter 38. Initially, the individual may perceive only fragmented colors and shapes, caught within the rigid confines of personal belief systems and societal conditioning. These early stages often involve a dawning recognition that the external world, as commonly experienced, is but one layer of a much deeper reality. There is a sense of conflict, a feeling that something vital is missing, a void that conventional solutions cannot fill. This period can be deeply unsettling. The familiar structures of thought and identity begin to crumble under the weight of new insights. The mind, accustomed to processing information within established frameworks, struggles against the paradoxes that emerge from direct perception. It is as if the individual is peeling away the layers of an onion, revealing new layers of understanding with each strip removed, yet often accompanied by a stinging sensation of discomfort. Doubt and confusion are not signs of weakness, but rather indicators of the mind's natural resistance to the expansion of consciousness. However, perseverance is key. The early stages are about cultivating awareness, like a seedling pushing through the soil towards the light. It requires a gentle but persistent nurturing of curiosity, an openness to experience that which is uncomfortable or unfamiliar. The individual begins to notice subtle patterns, synchronicities that seem to defy random chance. These moments serve as gentle nudges from the deeper reality, confirming the validity of the nascent awareness. As understanding deepens, the focus shifts from external validation to internal knowing. The individual starts to discern the underlying currents of energy that weave through all phenomena. The rigid boundaries between self and other, between observer and observed, begin to soften. This is not a dissolution into chaos, but rather an integration into a greater, interconnected whole. The mandala reveals itself not as a static image, but as a dynamic, living pattern that is both infinite and unified. The central core of this unfolding mandala becomes the direct experience of presence. It is the awareness that exists before thought, before judgment, before the story. It is the quiet space of pure potentiality from which all creation arises. In this space, the limitations of the personal ego begin to dissolve, revealing a sense of belonging that transcends individual identity. This is the heart of the transformation, the shift from a fragmented perception of reality to a unified awareness of oneness. This realization does not negate the challenges of the external world, rather, it provides a new lens through which to perceive them. Difficulties and conflicts are no longer seen as insurmountable obstacles, but as opportunities for further growth and understanding. The individual learns to navigate the complexities of human interaction with a greater sense of compassion and empathy, recognizing the shared human journey towards awakening. The ultimate expression of this unfolding mandala is the integration of the sacred into the mundane. The spiritual does not exist in isolation from the everyday, it is the very essence of all reality. The individual learns to bring the awareness of presence, of interconnectedness, into every aspect of life. The simple act of breathing becomes a meditation, the act of listening becomes an act of deep connection, and the act of loving becomes a reflection of the divine unity that underlies all existence. This is the path of embodiment, the integration of spiritual insight into the tangible reality of daily life. It is a pathless path, for the true destination is not a distant shore, but the realization that the journey itself is the destination. The mandala continues to unfold, revealing ever deeper layers of beauty and complexity, guiding the individual towards a profound and lasting transformation. Chapter 39. The journey of spiritual evolution is often envisioned as a quest, where the practitioner, through sheer will and discipline, overcomes the internal and external obstacles to reach a higher state. This perspective, while containing a kernel of truth, overlooks the profound interconnectedness of all beings and the collective nature of the evolutionary process. Imagine, instead, that this path is not a mountain to be climbed alone, but a vast, intricate symphony orchestra, each individual musician playing their part. Initially, most participants in this grand composition are focused solely on their own instrument, practicing diligently, sometimes struggling, often feeling isolated in their efforts. They hear the surrounding sounds, perhaps even the overall melody, but their primary attention remains centered on their individual notes, their personal technique, their unique contribution. This focus is necessary. The foundational work of spiritual awakening involves mastering the individual instrument, the self. It requires learning the notes of one's own emotional scale, understanding the dynamics of one's own mind, and cultivating the resilience to play through the dissonant chords of life's challenges. This internal refinement is the bedrock upon which the greater harmony is built. It is where the individual begins to perceive the deeper structures of reality, the underlying patterns that connect all notes, all instruments. Yet, a pivotal moment occurs when the individual practitioner begins to shift their awareness. No longer is the focus solely on their own part. There is a gradual turning outwards, an awakening to the fact that the other musicians are not separate entities playing independent tunes, but fellow participants in the same unfolding composition. The realization dawns that the beauty and complexity of the symphony depend not just on individual excellence, but on the intricate interplay between all the parts. This shift in perception marks the entry into a new realm of understanding. The isolation begins to dissolve, replaced by a sense of belonging to something much larger than the self. The individual notes start to resonate with the notes of others, creating harmonies and counterpoint that were previously unseen. The practice now extends beyond the personal instrument. It involves listening deeply to the instruments around you, understanding their parts within the greater whole. The collective consciousness, the shared field of awareness that underlies all existence, begins to reveal itself more clearly. It is the vast, resonant space in which the symphony plays. Within this space, ideas, insights, and creative energies flow freely between individuals, much like the conductor's baton guiding the ensemble. The barriers that once seemed so solid, cultural, ideological, personal, begin to soften, revealing the fundamental unity beneath the surface diversity. This collective awareness is not emerging into a homogeneous blob, but a recognition of the shared source and the complementary nature of each individual's contribution. Just as a symphony requires a variety of instruments, violins, cellos, brass, woodwinds, each with its own voice and function, the evolution of humanity requires the full spectrum of human experience and expression. Each individual's awakening, each unique path to understanding, adds a vital note to the unfolding melody. The advanced practitioners, those who have moved beyond the initial focus on the self, become not just players, but also listeners and even subtle conductors within the orchestra. They attune their own instruments with greater precision, harmonizing their actions and intentions with the emerging collective rhythm. They understand that their individual efforts contribute to the overall progression, that their personal insights are part of the larger body of knowledge being co-created by all. The atmosphere within this evolving symphony becomes one of profound collaboration and mutual support. Challenges are perceived not as isolated obstacles, but as opportunities for the ensemble to adjust, to find new harmonies, to deepen its expression. The learning process becomes collective, with insights gained by one individual potentially offering inspiration or clarification to many others. This understanding transforms the nature of the spiritual path. It is no longer solely about achieving personal enlightenment, but about contributing meaningfully to the collective awakening. It is about recognizing one's part in the grand composition and playing it with awareness, skill, and compassion. It is about listening to the other musicians, supporting their efforts, and finding the subtle ways in which one's own contribution can enhance the overall beauty and impact of the symphony. The ultimate goal is not the completion of the symphony, but its continuous, evolving performance. It is a never-ending process of refinement, of deeper listening, of broader collaboration. As humanity collectively tunes into this underlying field of creative potential, the possibilities for expression, for healing, for transformation become almost limitless. This perspective offers a profound sense of purpose and belonging. It transforms the solitary struggle into a shared journey, filled with mutual support and collective inspiration. It reminds us that our individual efforts are not insignificant, but are essential threads in the grand, unfolding tapestry of human consciousness. In recognizing this, we find a deeper motivation to continue our own inner work, knowing that it contributes to the greater harmony of all. Chapter 40. The journey towards spiritual evolution unfolds not merely through grand epiphanies or dramatic shifts in external circumstances, but through the meticulous cultivation of inner territory. It is the conscious act of mapping the landscapes of the mind, heart, and soul, transforming the once uncharted regions into gardens of awareness and wisdom. This inner territory is the true sanctuary, the place where the individual meets the universe not as an observer from afar, but as an integral part of its intricate design. Humanity has long sought meaning beyond the tangible, yearning for a connection that resonates deeper than the superficial rhythms of daily life. Yet, the path to this connection often remains obscured by the dense forests of ego, the tangled underbrush of fear, and the shadowed valleys of conditioning. The process of spiritual evolution is, in essence, the courageous endeavor to penetrate these barriers, to begin the work of clearing the land and planting the seeds of a more authentic existence. This work requires a profound shift in perspective. Instead of viewing the self as a separate entity existing within the universe, one begins to perceive the self as an extension of the universe itself, a vital node in an infinite web of interconnection. This realization is not merely intellectual, it must be felt in the bones, experienced in the quiet moments of stillness when the mind quiets and the heart opens. It is an embrace of the totality of being, acknowledging both the light and the shadow as essential components of the whole. The cultivation of inner territory begins with the simple yet radical practice of awareness. To be aware is to be present, to observe without judgment the myriad thoughts, emotions, and sensations that arise moment by moment. This awareness is the first step in disentangling the self from the relentless narrative of the ego, which constantly seeks to define and confine the individual based on past experiences and future anxieties. By observing these mental patterns, one begins to see them for what they are, transient phenomena rather than absolute truths. As this awareness deepens, the landscape of the inner territory begins to reveal itself in greater detail. One discovers the hidden valleys of intuition, the towering peaks of creativity, and the vast, open spaces of unconditional love. These regions were always present but had been obscured by the dense fog of mental clutter and emotional reactivity. Now, with conscious attention, they become accessible, offering refuge and nourishment. The heart becomes a central focus of this exploration. It is the seat of compassion, the wellspring of empathy, and the bridge to the deeper dimensions of consciousness. By learning to listen to the wisdom of the heart, one transcends the limitations of rational thought and connects with the universal truths that underpin all existence. This connection is the essence of spiritual evolution, the merging of the individual consciousness with the collective awareness of humanity and the cosmos. The mind, too, undergoes a transformation. It moves from being a tool of the ego, perpetuating separation and conflict, to becoming an instrument of unity and understanding. Through practices such as meditation and contemplation, the mind learns to quiet its incessant chatter and tap into the vast reservoir of insight that lies beyond linear thought. This expanded state of consciousness allows one to perceive the interconnectedness of all things and to recognize the divine spark within every being. The body serves as the vehicle for this inner transformation. It is the temple of the soul, the physical manifestation of the energetic shifts that occur as one evolves spiritually. By honoring the body through mindful movement, nutrition, and rest, one ensures that the vehicle remains aligned with the journey inward. The body's wisdom, often overlooked in the pursuit of intellectual or emotional growth, becomes a valuable guide in navigating the complexities of spiritual evolution. In this unfolding of inner territory, the individual discovers a profound sense of purpose and meaning. The once empty spaces are filled with the richness of experience, the depth of connection, and the joy of living in alignment with one's true nature. This alignment is not a destination to be reached but a continuous process of integration and expansion. As humanity collectively embarks on this journey, the collective unconscious begins to shift. The patterns of separation and conflict, which have dominated human history, give way to models of collaboration and unity. The emerging paradigm recognizes the interdependence of all life and fosters a culture of mutual respect and understanding. The unfolding of inner territory is a testament to the indomitable spirit of the human soul. It is a journey of awakening, of reclaiming the divine spark that lies within each individual and allowing it to shine forth into the world. This journey is not easy, but it is infinitely rewarding. It is the path to a more fulfilled existence, one lived in harmony with the universe and in service to the highest ideals of humanity. In the grand tapestry of existence, each individual is a vital thread, contributing to the beauty and complexity of the whole. By cultivating the inner territory, one not only transforms the self but also elevates the collective consciousness. This is the true purpose of spiritual evolution, a journey of awakening that leads to a more compassionate, connected, and enlightened world. Chapter 41. The old models, the rigid structures of thought passed down through generations, are proving inadequate to describe the landscape of experience now unfolding. A new understanding is dawning, one that moves beyond the confines of the individual self to embrace a deeper, more interconnected reality. This is not merely an intellectual exercise, it is a fundamental rewiring of consciousness, a move from fragmented awareness to a participation in the grand symphony of existence. The journey towards this understanding often begins with the recognition of synchronicity, those moments that defy logical explanation. The synchronicities that seem to carry a message are not random occurrences. They are signals from a deeper order, indicators that the individual consciousness is tuning into a larger pattern. These events serve as breadcrumbs, guiding the seeker away from the narrow path of conventional expectation towards a more expansive way of being. They hint at a reality where cause and effect are not linear, but woven together in a complex, interdependent tapestry. As one begins to pay attention to these signs, a subtle transformation begins to take root within. The rigid boundaries between self and other, between inner and outer experience, start to soften. The mind, previously cluttered with the chatter of personal concerns and societal conditioning, begins to quieten. In this stillness, a different kind of listening becomes possible. It is not merely hearing sounds, but perceiving the underlying currents of emotion and intention that flow between all beings. This is the beginning of empathetic resonance, a deep attunement to the feelings and states of consciousness of others, as if by osmosis, one begins to share in their joys and sorrows. This empathetic capacity is not a sign of weakness, but of strength. It is the foundation upon which deep, meaningful relationships can be built. It allows for a connection that transcends words, cultural differences, and social status. In this shared awareness, the illusion of separation begins to dissolve, revealing the inherent unity of all life. It is as if each individual consciousness is a unique instrument in a vast orchestra, playing its own part but ultimately contributing to a single, harmonious melody. The path of spiritual evolution demands courage. It requires the willingness to let go of cherished beliefs and comfortable ways of seeing the world. There will be moments of confusion, uncertainty, and even fear. The old structures, once relied upon for security, suddenly seem fragile and inadequate. It is in these moments that faith becomes crucial, not a blind faith in dogma or authority, but a trust in the unfolding process of life itself, a belief that beneath the surface chaos, there is an underlying order and intelligence guiding the way. This underlying order can be visualized as an expanding circle of awareness. Initially, the focus is narrow, centered entirely on the individual self. Like a single point of light, the consciousness illuminates only its immediate surroundings. But as the journey progresses, this point of light begins to expand, casting its radius wider and wider. It encompasses the immediate family, then the community, the nation, the planet, and eventually, the entire cosmos. This expansion is not merely intellectual, it is experimental. It is a direct participation in the unfolding of universal consciousness. Within this expanding awareness, new capacities emerge. The ability to perceive patterns and connections previously unseen becomes second nature. Intuition, long dismissed as mere whimsy, becomes a reliable guide. Creativity flourishes as the mind breaks free from conventional constraints and taps into a deeper wellspring of inspiration. These are not extraordinary abilities reserved for a select few, but inherent potentials within every human being, waiting to be awakened by the shift in consciousness. The ultimate goal is not to achieve a state of perfect enlightenment, but to fully participate in the unfolding symphony of consciousness. It is to recognize one's place within the grand design, not as a separate entity, but as an integral component of a vast, interconnected whole. It is to live from a place of unity, where actions are taken with the awareness of their impact on all beings and the planet itself. This is the essence of the journey. It is a move from isolation to connection, from fear to love, from fragmentation to wholeness. It is a transformation of the human experience, one that holds the potential to heal the deep wounds of separation that have plagued humanity for so long. The path may be challenging, but the rewards are immeasurable. It is an invitation to become not just human, but fully conscious participants in the magnificent unfolding of existence. Chapter 42. The path forward is not one of external discovery alone, but of internal excavation, a journey into the very nature of awareness itself. For too long, the collective consciousness has remained largely fragmented, each individual playing a note in a vast, dissonant symphony. The realization dawning upon those attuned to the subtle shifts is that true evolution lies not in altering the external world, but in harmonizing the internal one with the deeper patterns of the universe. This harmonization is not a simple process of conforming to a predefined plan. It is, rather, the act of co-creating one's own reality from the foundation of heightened awareness. As individuals elevate their consciousness, they begin to perceive the interconnectedness of all things with unprecedented clarity. The rigid boundaries that once seemed absolute, between self and other, between mind and matter, between the human and the divine, begin to dissolve, revealing a unified field of intelligent energy beneath the surface of apparent chaos. The journey towards this state of unified awareness involves confronting and integrating the darker aspects of the human psyche. Fear, anger, and sorrow are not obstacles to be overcome, but vital components of the evolutionary process. These emotions, when faced with courage and compassion, reveal the underlying structures of conditioning and separation. They are the keys that unlock the door to a more authentic expression of consciousness, allowing individuals to move beyond reactive patterns and into a state of conscious choice. The integration of these shadow aspects is facilitated by a deepening connection to the collective unconscious. This vast reservoir of shared human experience contains the wisdom of eons, the accumulated insights of all who have walked the path of spiritual evolution. By tuning into this field, individuals can access the collective knowledge needed to navigate the challenges of their own transformation. The insights gained from this connection often come in the form of sudden epiphanies, intuitive flashes that illuminate the nature of reality from a higher perspective. This process of inner transformation has a direct impact on the external world. As more individuals align their consciousness with the higher frequencies of the universe, the collective field of awareness begins to shift. This shift is not merely a change in belief or attitude, but a fundamental alteration in the vibrational signature of the human race. The external world, being a reflection of the collective consciousness, begins to respond in kind, manifesting new possibilities and opportunities for growth. The ultimate goal of this evolutionary process is not to achieve a state of perfect enlightenment, but to fully embody the human potential for consciousness. This means recognizing the divine spark within oneself and others, and acting from this place of unity in every moment. It means choosing love and compassion over fear and separation, even when faced with adversity. It means recognizing that every action, no matter how small, contributes to the unfolding symphony of consciousness. As humanity moves forward on this path, it is important to remember that the journey is as important as the destination. The challenges and obstacles encountered along the way are not meant to be avoided, but to be embraced as opportunities for growth. Each step taken in the direction of greater awareness brings new insights and revelations, deepening the understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. The unfolding symphony of consciousness is a testament to the boundless potential of the human spirit. By embracing the journey of spiritual evolution, individuals can contribute to a collective transformation that will ultimately lead to a new era of peace, harmony, and unity. This is the promise of the times, a call to awaken to the higher frequencies of consciousness and to co-create a future that reflects the best of what humanity has to offer. Chapter 43. For centuries, the collective consciousness has drifted, anchored by familiar patterns of thought and behavior, like a ship on a gentle but predictable current. Yet, the currents are changing. The subtle shifts noted by those attuned to the inner landscape are no longer mere whispers, they are becoming a roar, a clarion call from the deeper structures of reality itself. This call arises from a fundamental recognition, a dawning awareness that the individual and collective journey is not one of linear progression, but of spiraling, concentric expansion. Imagine a mandala, intricate and complex at its center, gradually unfolding outward with each rotation. This is the metaphor for the evolutionary path of consciousness now unfolding for the species. It is not merely about adding more layers to an existing structure, but about the entire structure itself shifting in its orientation, its vibrational frequency, its very essence. The old models of understanding, rooted in separation, the self separate from the other, the human separate from the earth, the mind separate from the heart, have proven insufficient. These frameworks, once useful for navigating certain stages of development, now act as limitations, akin to a straitjacket constraining a body trying to grow. The rigid structures of belief, the unexamined assumptions that underpin societal organization and personal identity, are beginning to crack under the pressure of the new reality. What is emerging is a perception of interconnectedness not as a pleasant sentiment or an abstract philosophical concept, but as the foundational truth of existence. It is the recognition that every thought, every feeling, every action ripples through the fabric of reality, influencing not only the immediate environment but the very structure of the cosmos. This understanding transforms the individual from a passive observer into an active participant, a co-creator within the unfolding planetary experience. The journey through the mandala of consciousness involves moving beyond the fragmented perspectives of the ego. The ego, once seen as the core of the self, is now understood as a necessary but ultimately transcending stage. It is the aspect of consciousness that organizes experience, defines boundaries, and seeks security. However, its dominance has created the very patterns of separation and conflict that now seek resolution. The path forward requires cultivating a new kind of awareness. It involves learning to perceive the underlying patterns, the resonant frequencies that connect all things. This is not about developing clairvoyant abilities in the conventional sense, but about tuning the perceptual apparatus of the mind and heart to the subtle, underlying harmonies of the universe. It is like learning to hear the music that underlies the individual notes of a complex symphony. This new perception allows for a radical re-evaluation of the self. The sense of identity expands from the limited boundaries of the personal ego to embrace the broader context of the collective and the cosmos. This does not mean dissolving the individuality, but rather understanding it as a unique expression within a vast, interconnected whole. The individual becomes a node within a dynamic, living network, contributing their unique vibration while remaining deeply attuned to the vibrations of others. The practice of this expanded awareness takes many forms. It might involve quiet contemplation, allowing the mind to settle beyond the incessant chatter of the egoic mind. It might involve engaging with the natural world, sensing the intelligence and interconnectedness present in the earth and its ecosystems. It could also involve creative expression, using art, music, or writing as a means to explore and transmit these new perceptions. Within this framework, the challenges faced by humanity are no longer viewed solely as external problems to be solved by conventional means. They are recognized as opportunities for collective evolution, catalysts for the emergence of a higher state of consciousness. Conflict, environmental degradation, and social injustice are seen as symptoms of a deeper disconnection from the fundamental truths of interbeing. Addressing these issues becomes not just an act of social responsibility, but a profound spiritual practice. The unfolding mandala demands a shift in relationship with time itself. The linear progression from past, present, and future begins to blur, giving way to a more holistic understanding of time as a dynamic, cyclical process. This allows for a greater capacity for patience, acceptance, and trust in the unfolding process of evolution, recognizing that the answers and solutions are emerging from the very process of the collective journey. This is not a journey that can be undertaken in isolation. The nature of the transition requires a deepening of connection, both with others and with the larger web of life. The isolation fostered by modern society, the emphasis on individual achievement and competition, must give way to a greater sense of community and mutual support. The challenges are too great, the nature of the transformation too profound, to be faced alone. As the mandala continues its intricate unfolding, new possibilities emerge, seemingly out of nowhere. Insights arise, solutions present themselves that were previously inconceivable. Creativity blossoms, and a sense of hope, grounded in the recognition of the inherent interconnectedness of all things, takes root. This is the promise of the unfolding journey, a move beyond the limitations of the old consciousness into a more expansive, compassionate, and fully realized human experience. The transition will not be smooth or without its difficulties. The old structures will resist, the egoic mind will cling to familiar patterns, and the inertia of collective conditioning will create friction. Yet, the underlying current of evolution is strong and inexorable. By embracing the principles of interconnectedness, by cultivating expanded awareness, and by engaging in the practice of conscious participation, humanity can navigate this transition with grace and purpose, stepping into the full potential of the evolving consciousness. Chapter 44. The journey of spiritual evolution unfolds not with distinct milestones, but rather as an expansive unfolding, like a great tapestry being revealed. Humanity, collectively and individually, finds itself navigating the vibrant colors and intricate patterns of this unfolding. Each person holds a unique perspective, yet all contribute threads to the grand design. The patterns that emerge are complex, beautiful, and often challenging to decipher at first glance. Initial understanding often arises from the study of ancient wisdom and the insights of those who have traversed the inner landscape. These teachings serve as a foundational map, offering guidance and context. They speak of shifting perspectives, moving beyond the limitations of the egoic mind, and recognizing the interconnectedness of all life. This understanding begins to dissolve the sense of isolation that so often fuels suffering. As the journey progresses, the focus shifts inward. The external world, with its myriad distractions and demands, gradually recedes into the background. The true work becomes the cultivation of awareness within the crucible of daily experience. This is where the rubber meets the road, where theory meets practice. It requires the deliberate choice to observe thoughts, emotions, and sensations without judgment, to witness the internal landscape as it unfolds moment by moment. This practice of mindful awareness acts as a powerful solvent. It begins to erode the rigid structures of the ego, the sense of self that is so often built upon separation and comparison. In its place, a more fluid, compassionate identity begins to emerge. This new identity is grounded in the present moment, connected to the deeper essence of being, and infused with a profound sense of compassion for oneself and others. The nature of reality itself begins to shift as this inner work deepens. The rigid boundaries that once seemed so absolute begin to soften. The illusion of separation, the belief that we are isolated islands in an ocean of existence, starts to dissolve. What becomes apparent is an underlying unity, a subtle resonance that connects all things. This realization is not merely intellectual, it is an experiential shift, a felt sense of interconnectedness that permeates every aspect of consciousness. This awakening to interconnectedness brings with it a profound transformation in how one relates to the world. The old patterns of blame, judgment, and reactivity begin to lose their grip. Instead, there emerges a sense of shared responsibility and a deep yearning to contribute to the well-being of all. This does not necessarily mean grand gestures or dramatic actions. Often, it manifests in small, everyday choices made with greater awareness and compassion. The journey towards spiritual evolution is not without its challenges. The egoic mind, with its powerful grip on conditioning, will inevitably resist the dissolution of its boundaries. Old fears, insecurities, and patterns of behavior may surface, demanding attention and transformation. Yet, it is precisely through these challenges that the greatest growth occurs. Each obstacle, each moment of resistance, provides an opportunity for deeper self-understanding and the refinement of one's spiritual path. The ultimate realization is not about achieving a state of perfection or attaining a higher level of consciousness. Rather, it is about embracing the full spectrum of human experience with greater awareness, compassion, and wisdom. It is about recognizing the sacredness of the present moment and the inherent potential for transformation within every individual. This journey is a lifelong process, an ongoing exploration of the infinite possibilities that exist within consciousness. As the tapestry of spiritual evolution continues to unfold, it becomes increasingly clear that humanity is engaged in a collective awakening. Each individual's journey contributes to the whole, creating ripples that spread outwards, influencing the collective consciousness. This unfolding process holds the potential for a profound transformation of human society, one that is grounded in love, compassion, and a deep understanding of our interconnectedness. The path may be long and often winding, but the rewards are immeasurable. It is a journey of discovering the deepest truths of existence, of realizing one's own inherent potential, and of contributing to the evolution of consciousness for the benefit of all. This is the essence of the unfolding tapestry, a grand and beautiful journey that invites each of us to participate in the greatest adventure of our lives. Chapter 45. The journey of spiritual evolution unfolds as the participation in an unfolding cosmic symphony. Humanity, once perceived as merely an audience, is gradually realizing its role as both composer and performer within this grand tapestry of existence. This understanding marks a profound shift in perspective, moving beyond the limitations of individual ego to grasp the interconnected harmony of all life. For too long, the prevailing consciousness has focused on the discordant notes of separation, fear, competition, judgment. These mental patterns have created a world filled with conflict, where individuals feel isolated, struggling against an external world perceived as hostile or indifferent. The collective energy generated by this fragmented awareness has resonated, reinforcing the very structures that perpetuate suffering. It is as if humanity has been unknowingly playing a series of notes that, when strung together, create a melody of pain and limitation. Yet, a subtle shift is occurring. A growing number of individuals are beginning to perceive the underlying structure of the universe not as a chaotic backdrop, but as a field of infinite potential, governed by principles of resonance and harmony. These principles are the very laws that guide the symphony. They dictate how different notes interact, how a single melody can evoke profound emotion, and how conflict, while sometimes necessary for tension, ultimately seeks resolution in harmony. The journey into this new awareness begins with the recognition of the self not as a separate entity, but as an integral part of the whole. This is not merely an intellectual concept, it is an experimental shift in consciousness. When one begins to feel this interconnectedness, the discordant notes of fear and separation start to soften, replaced by a growing sense of unity and belonging. This shift allows the individual to begin listening more closely to the deeper currents of the symphony. Within this symphony, each individual possesses a unique voice, a distinct vibration that contributes to the overall melody. However, many have spent their lives muffling this voice, overshadowed by the collective noise of societal expectations, past traumas, and ingrained beliefs. The path of spiritual evolution involves the courageous act of listening to one's own inner melody, discerning its unique quality and purpose. This process requires a willingness to sit in the silence between the notes, to listen beyond the familiar sounds of the ego's chatter. It is in this silence that the deeper harmonies emerge, revealing the underlying themes that connect all beings. These themes speak of love, compassion, creativity, and the innate drive towards unity. They are the universal notes that form the foundation of the symphony. As individuals begin to tune their own instruments, their bodies, minds, and spirits to these universal frequencies, their contributions to the collective melody begin to shift. The energy of fear gives way to understanding, conflict yields to cooperation, and separation blossoms into shared experience. This transformation is not merely personal, it ripples outwards, influencing the entire field of consciousness. The collective consciousness, much like a large orchestra, is composed of countless individual players. Each person, when aligned with the deeper harmonies, contributes their unique vibration in a way that elevates the whole. This is the essence of collective evolution, the sum becoming greater than its parts through the alignment of individual consciousness with the universal melody. The challenge, of course, lies in the initial conflict. The old patterns are deeply ingrained, and the ego often resists the shift towards harmony. It thrives on the familiar, even if that familiarity is pain. Yet, the very nature of a symphony is that it involves both harmony and conflict. Conflict can create tension, leading to a more powerful resolution when harmony is achieved. It is through the experience of conflict that the value of harmony is truly understood. The journey towards this harmonic alignment requires patience, practice, and a deep commitment to the process of transformation. It involves cultivating awareness, practicing compassion, and engaging in the continuous work of refining one's own vibration. This is not a destination to be reached, but a state of being to be embraced moment by moment. As humanity collectively tunes its instruments and begins to play its part in the symphony, the potential for a new era of peace, prosperity, and unity becomes ever more real. The notes of separation and conflict will not vanish overnight, but they will be increasingly overshadowed by the rising tide of harmony. The symphony of consciousness is unfolding, and each individual has a vital role to play in creating its next beautiful movement. Chapter 46. The path forward is not one of linear progression, nor is it a simple correction of past errors. Instead, it is the unveiling of a deeper understanding, a recognition of the interconnected nature of all existence. This understanding is not a new discovery, but rather a long-dormant awareness, now beginning to surface within the collective consciousness like the first light of dawn breaking over a vast, serene landscape. The journey towards this realization has often been described in metaphorical terms: a climb up a mountain, a search for a hidden treasure. While these analogies hold a certain appeal, they can also obscure the true nature of the experience. The path is less a destination and more a process of awakening, a gradual shedding of the veils of illusion that have clouded human perception for so long. The evolution of humanity is the collective unfolding of each person contributing their part to the grand pattern. As this understanding dawns, a new perspective emerges. The divisions that have so long separated people, nation, religion, ideology, begin to lose their significance. What matters now is the shared human experience, the common thread of consciousness that connects all beings. This does not mean the abandonment of individuality, but rather an recognition that individuality is best understood within the context of the whole. This shift in perspective is not easy. It requires a fundamental reorientation of the mind, a move away from the ego-driven focus on separation and towards a recognition of oneness. This is where the teachings of the ages come into play, as guides to help navigate the transition. These teachings, often veiled in metaphor and symbol, point towards the deeper truths of existence, truths that are now becoming increasingly accessible to those who are ready to see them. One of the most significant aspects of this transition is the role of the individual. In the past, the focus has often been on the collective, on the need for societal change as the primary means of evolution. While societal structures certainly play a role, the true catalyst for change is the individual consciousness. It is within each person that the shift must occur, that the recognition of oneness must be embraced. This is not to say that external change is unimportant. Rather, it is to recognize that external change is a reflection of an internal shift. When the consciousness of enough individuals begins to transform, the world around them will inevitably change to reflect this new reality. This is the principle of resonance, the idea that like attracts like. As the individual frequency of consciousness raises, the collective frequency will follow suit. The process of raising one's consciousness is not one of force or struggle, but rather of alignment and awakening. It is about tuning into the deeper frequencies of the universe, the frequencies of love, compassion, and unity. This is done through a variety of means, including meditation, contemplation, and the cultivation of virtuous qualities such as kindness and empathy. As more individuals begin to align with these deeper frequencies, the fabric of reality will begin to shift. The old patterns of separation and conflict will give way to new patterns of cooperation and understanding. The world will not be transformed overnight, but rather through a gradual process of evolution, as the collective consciousness of humanity unfolds, revealing the profound interconnectedness of all existence. This is the promise of the new era, an era of awakening, of unity, and of peace. It is an era in which the potential of humanity will finally be realized, as we step into our true role as co-creators of a reality based on love and compassion. The path may be challenging, but the rewards are beyond measure. It is an invitation to participate in the greatest adventure of all time, an adventure of the soul, as it journeys towards its ultimate destination, unity with the infinite. Chapter 47. The path ahead is less a singular road and more a vast, expanding field, where the very fabric of perception is being rewoven. This evolution is not merely an internal journey, though it begins there, within the quiet chambers of the individual mind and heart. It is, in its grandest scope, an unfolding symphony of consciousness, where each note played by an individual resonates through the collective, shaping a new harmonic reality. The early stages of this awakening often manifest as a growing restlessness, a sense of dissatisfaction with the familiar scripts of life. Old patterns, once comfortable, now feel limiting, like ill-fitting garments. This discomfort is not an illness to be suppressed, but a vital signpost, indicating the stretching and expanding of the soul's capacity. It is the inner echo of the universe itself expanding, a gentle yet persistent call to move beyond the confines of conditioned thought and egoic identity. Central to this evolution is the realization that the self is not a fixed entity, a static point within the universe, but rather a dynamic wave, an expression of the larger ocean of consciousness. This understanding dissolves the illusion of separation, the deep-seated fear that we are isolated fragments adrift in an indifferent cosmos. When we perceive ourselves as waves within the ocean, our actions naturally begin to reflect a deeper interconnection. The choices we make, the intentions we hold, ripple outwards, influencing not only our own trajectory but the subtle currents surrounding us. Visualize, if you will, a vast, luminous field of potential. Within this field, countless points of light shimmer, each representing an individual consciousness. Initially, these points of light operate largely independently, their beams of awareness directed primarily inward or focused on the immediate surroundings. Their interactions, while creating local patterns, do not necessarily illuminate the deeper unity of the field. As the evolutionary process unfolds, however, these points of light begin to awaken to their shared nature. They start to perceive beyond their immediate borders, noticing the subtle glow and resonance of other lights. Communication becomes less about transmitting isolated information and more about sharing the quality of awareness itself. The boundaries begin to soften, dissolving not through force, but through the gentle, luminous recognition of shared essence. This shift in perception is not linear or predictable for every individual. It unfolds through a series of internal gateways, moments of profound insight or heart-opening experiences that reprogram the deep patterns of the mind. These are not rare occurrences reserved for a chosen few, but are, in fact, the natural unfolding of human evolution, accessible to all who are willing to engage with the process. They often arise from moments of stillness, from paying attention to the natural world, or from the simple act of observing one's own inner landscape with curiosity and non-judgment. The practice that supports this unfolding is the dedicated cultivation of presence. It is the art of being fully here, now, without becoming lost in the narratives of the past or the anxieties of the future. In this state of mindful awareness, the ordinary moments of life, breathing, walking, listening, feeling, become gateways to deeper states of consciousness. It is within this present moment that the connection to the larger field of awareness becomes most tangible, most real. Imagine consciousness not as a single, unified entity, but as an infinite tapestry, woven from the threads of countless individual awarenesses. Each individual consciousness, through its choices and its state of being, contributes unique colors and textures to this grand design. The evolution of humanity is the process of becoming more conscious of this shared tapestry, of understanding our place within it, and of consciously contributing our thread to create a more harmonious and luminous whole. The challenges that arise on this path are not obstacles to be overcome, but opportunities for refinement and growth. They are the friction that allows the soul to sharpen its edges, to learn the deeper lessons of compassion, resilience, and unity. Each difficulty, each moment of uncertainty, is a chance to deepen the understanding that we are not alone, that we are part of a vast, unfolding symphony, and that our unique contribution matters. As this symphony of consciousness continues to unfold, the potential for collective transformation becomes ever more apparent. The old structures, built upon separation and fear, begin to reveal their limitations, while new possibilities emerge based on the recognition of inherent unity and interconnectedness. The future is not something to be predicted or controlled, but is co-created moment by moment, through the conscious awareness and intentional choices of individuals awakening to their true nature. This is the work of the soul, a gentle, persistent unfolding towards greater light, greater love, and greater unity. It is a journey into the heart of the universe, where the boundaries between inner and outer, self and other, begin to dissolve, revealing the profound truth that we are all, in the deepest sense, one. Chapter 48. The journey towards spiritual evolution is often depicted as a series of distinct steps, milestones to be reached, goals to be achieved. Yet, such a perspective can sometimes obscure the true nature of the process. It is less a linear path with checkpoints and more like the unfolding of a grand, complex symphony, where each note, each movement contributes to the overall harmony, even if its individual significance is not immediately apparent. The early stages of this awakening often involve a recognition of the illusion of separation. The individual self, once perceived as a solid, isolated entity, begins to soften, revealing connections to everything else. This is not merely an intellectual understanding but a felt sense, a subtle shift in perception where the boundaries between inner and outer begin to dissolve. It is the first movement, a gentle introduction to the vastness that underlies the apparent simplicity of daily life. The world becomes a richer tapestry, filled with echoes and correspondences that resonate deep within the soul. As the awareness deepens, the individual encounters the nature of thought, long-held beliefs, ingrained patterns of reaction, and the constant chatter of the mind become more visible. This is not necessarily an attempt to suppress thought, but rather to understand its power and its origins. The realization emerges that much of what constitutes the self is merely the accumulation of thought forms, filtered through past experiences and conditioning. This understanding allows for a degree of detachment, not in a cold or detached manner, but with a clarity that permits a more conscious selection of one's mental landscape. The mind, once a seemingly chaotic landscape, begins to be perceived as a tool, one that can be directed towards deeper states of awareness. Following this, comes the encounter with emotion. The journey through spiritual evolution is not one of escaping or suppressing emotion, but of understanding its profound nature and its role as a guide. Emotions are not merely reactions to external events, they are indicators, pointing towards deeper truths within the self and the interconnectedness of all things. Fear may signal a boundary that needs clarification, anger might reveal a perceived injustice that calls for understanding rather than aggression, and joy can be a sign of alignment with the flow of life. Learning to listen to the wisdom held within emotional experiences is a crucial step, transforming them from sources of suffering into pathways to greater insight. The journey continues into the realm of intuition. As the mind becomes more disciplined and the emotional landscape more understood, a different form of knowing emerges. It is a knowing that bypasses the logical, linear processes of thought, offering direct perception. This intuitive faculty is often experienced as a quiet inner voice, a sudden flash of understanding, or a gut feeling that defies rational explanation. It is the connection to a deeper, nonverbal intelligence that permeates all existence. Developing and trusting this inner compass is essential, as it guides the individual beyond the limitations of personal history and towards a more universal awareness. Beyond the personal realm, the evolution extends into the perception of group consciousness. The individual realizes that they are not only connected to the physical world and other individuals, but also part of a vast, evolving field of collective awareness. Thoughts, emotions, and intentions ripple through this field, influencing and being influenced by the whole. This understanding fosters a sense of responsibility and compassion, as the actions and attitudes of the individual contribute to the collective tone. It is an awakening to the fact that each person's journey is interwoven with the journeys of all others, creating a shared human experience that is both intricate and profound. Finally, one begins to perceive the underlying pattern, the intelligence that orchestrates the symphony of existence. This is a fundamental principle of organization, a universal consciousness that expresses itself through the dynamic interplay of opposites. It is the source of all creativity and the driving force behind evolution itself. Recognizing this pattern provides a sense of belonging and purpose, anchoring the individual within the grand design of the cosmos. It is the understanding that one is both a small note within the vast symphony and an integral part of the conductor's hand guiding the whole. This perception does not bring an end to the symphony, but rather deepens the appreciation of its beauty and complexity. The journey is ongoing, a continuous process of refinement, integration, and alignment with the larger flow. The initial steps may have seemed daunting, filled with uncertainty and the challenge of navigating unfamiliar territories within the self and the collective. But as the patterns become clearer, the path, though always unfolding, gains a sense of direction and purpose. The individual, once lost in the noise of the orchestra, now finds their place, contributing their unique melody while hearing the harmony into which it fits. The true work lies not in reaching a final destination, but in the conscious participation in the beautiful, unfolding music of existence. Chapter 49. The collective consciousness, like a vast, intricate tapestry, is beginning to reveal patterns and connections previously unseen. This unfolding understanding is not merely intellectual, it is experimental, demanding a participation from each individual that transcends the limitations of the old paradigm. The journey towards higher awareness has often been described as an awakening, a dawning of understanding. Yet, this awakening is not a singular event but a continuous process, a deepening engagement with the nature of reality itself. Imagine consciousness not as a static entity, but as a dynamic, evolving field, constantly interacting with and shaping the universe. This field is the very medium through which spiritual evolution occurs. Within this field, individuals are not isolated nodes but interconnected threads. Each person's experience contributes to the whole, and each person's growth amplifies the potential for collective transformation. The realization of this interconnectedness is a pivotal moment in the evolution of human consciousness. It moves beyond the fragmented view of the separate self, towards an embrace of the unified field of awareness. The path to this deeper understanding involves moving beyond the constraints of linear thinking. The mind, trained for analysis and separation, must learn to perceive the holistic nature of existence. This requires a shift in perspective, a move from the ego-driven focus on the individual to an appreciation of the larger, integrated whole. It is a transition from seeing the self as separate from the world, to recognizing the self as an integral part of the world. This shift is not easy. It challenges deeply ingrained beliefs and societal structures that reinforce separation and competition. Yet, it is precisely this challenge that makes the journey so profound. The evolution of consciousness is a process of overcoming limitations, of transcending the old to embrace the new. It is a journey of inner transformation that mirrors and influences the outer world. As individuals engage more deeply with the nature of reality, they begin to experience the world in ways previously unimaginable. The senses become more acute, perceiving nuances and subtleties that were once overlooked. The mind becomes more open, capable of holding multiple perspectives simultaneously. This expanded awareness is not merely a psychological phenomenon, it is a direct experience of the unified field of consciousness. The integration of these new ways of perceiving and being has profound implications for how we interact with the world. It fosters a sense of compassion and empathy, as the boundaries between self and other begin to dissolve. It encourages collaboration and cooperation, as the interconnectedness of all life becomes apparent. This shift in consciousness is the foundation for a new way of living, one that is in harmony with the natural world and with each other. The journey towards this higher state of consciousness is not linear or predictable. It involves moments of insight, periods of confusion, and the occasional setbacks. Yet, each step forward, no matter how small, contributes to the overall transformation. It is a process of continuous learning and growth, where the goal is not to reach a final destination but to engage in the ongoing unfolding of consciousness. In this unfolding, humanity is guided by a deeper understanding of the patterns and principles that underlie all of existence. These principles are not external commands or rigid doctrines but natural laws that can be observed and experienced. By aligning with these principles, individuals and the collective can navigate the challenges and opportunities of spiritual evolution with greater ease and clarity. The ultimate realization is that the journey towards higher consciousness is also a journey towards unity. It is the recognition that all beings are part of a single, interconnected whole. This understanding has the power to transform not only individual lives but also the entire human experience. It is a vision of a future where humanity lives in harmony with itself and with the world, embodying the principles of love, compassion, and unity. As this new understanding takes root, it begins to manifest in the world in tangible ways. Communities become more supportive, relationships more fulfilling, and the environment more respected. These changes are not merely superficial, they are reflections of a deep, inner transformation that is reshaping the very fabric of human existence. The journey towards spiritual evolution is a testament to the potential for human growth and transformation. It is a reminder that beneath the surface of the ordinary, there lies a vast, unexplored territory of consciousness waiting to be discovered. By engaging with this territory, each individual contributes to the collective awakening, guiding humanity towards a future of greater understanding, compassion, and unity. In this unfolding symphony of consciousness, each person has a part to play. The journey may be challenging, but the rewards are immeasurable. It is a journey towards a deeper connection with oneself, with others, and with the universe. It is a journey that promises to transform not only individual lives but also the entire course of human history. Chapter 50. Many seek understanding, hoping for a map that clearly outlines each step, yet the path revealed is one of perception, not just progression. It is within the realm of perception that the true work begins, for it is the lens through which the universe is interpreted, and by which the soul's unique signature is gradually unfurled. Early in the awakening, one might grasp the fundamental shift required, moving from a state of conditioned reaction to one of conscious participation. This understanding alone can feel like a monumental shift, transforming the mundane into the mystical. The world, once seen as an external force imposing itself upon the self, begins to reveal itself as an internal projection, a reflection of the mind's landscape. This initial insight is powerful, offering a new framework for experience. Yet, it is often followed by a sense of confusion or even overwhelm, as the implications of this perspective before the individual. This is where the concept of the soul's signature becomes crucial. It is the inherent design, the unique frequency, the underlying pattern that guides the individual's evolution. It is not something to be achieved, but rather discovered, like finding a hidden map within the self, one that reveals the purpose and potential of the journey. This signature is the culmination of countless lifetimes, the sum total of experiences, learnings, and unlearnings that have shaped the current vessel of consciousness. The challenge lies in seeing beyond the immediate noise of daily life, beyond the chatter of the conditioned mind, to perceive this deeper pattern. It requires a commitment to the practice of awareness, not as a fleeting moment of concentration, but as a sustained presence. This is where the idea of the still point becomes relevant, not as an endpoint to be reached, but as a quality of being from which perception clarifies. In the quiet spaces between thoughts, in the moments of embodied presence, the subtle nuances of the soul's signature begin to emerge. Perceiving the signature is not about intellectual understanding alone. It involves a deep, intuitive knowing, often felt more than thought. It is the recognition of synchronicities that align with one's deepest truths, the resonance felt when encountering certain people, places, or ideas. It is the inner guidance that nudges towards certain paths while subtly deterring others. This intuitive layer is often the first indication that the soul is speaking, its signature becoming discernible through the filter of the awakened consciousness. As this perception deepens, the individual begins to see the interconnectedness of all things in a new light. The separateness that the conditioned mind insists upon begins to dissolve, revealing the underlying unity of consciousness. This does not negate the individuality of experience, but rather reveals it as a facet of the whole. The struggle for the individual soul becomes less about achieving isolation and more about understanding its role within the grand tapestry of existence. This understanding fosters a profound sense of responsibility. The individual is no longer merely an observer, but an active participant in the unfolding of consciousness on Earth. The choices made, the energy brought into the world, the way the individual interacts with others, all contribute to the larger pattern. The soul's signature is not just a map of potential, it is also a call to align one's actions with that potential, to live in a way that reflects the highest expression of the self. This alignment is not always easy. The world still operates largely on the old paradigm of separation, competition, and fear. The individual navigating this landscape with a new perception faces challenges. There will be moments of doubt, times when the old conditioning feels stronger than the new awareness. Yet, it is in these moments that the practice of presence becomes most vital. Returning to the still point, reconnecting with the inner guidance, allows the individual to navigate the external world while remaining anchored in the inner reality revealed by the perception of the soul's signature. The ultimate realization is not the perfection of the signature, but the understanding that it is already inherent within. The journey is one of awakening to this inherent wholeness, of seeing the signature clearly and then choosing to live from that place of clarity. It is a transformation from striving to achieving, from seeking to simply being. In this state, the soul's signature is not something to be projected outwardly, it simply is, and the world reflects it naturally. Thus, the path of spiritual evolution, as understood through the lens of this perception, becomes one of deepening awareness, aligning with the inherent design of the self, and consciously participating in the unfolding of consciousness for the benefit of all. It is a path less traveled because it requires a fundamental shift in perspective, a move from the external to the internal, from the known to the unknown, yet it is the only path that truly leads home. Epilogue. For millennia, a subtle shift has been occurring beneath the surface of our collective consciousness. Like a seed held in the darkness of the earth, a potential for profound transformation has been gestating, waiting for the right conditions to sprout. This is not merely an era of change, but an era of awakening, a dawning realization that the nature of existence itself is far more intricate and wondrous than previously understood. The old ways of seeing, rooted in separation and fear, are beginning to crumble. We are starting to perceive the interconnectedness that underlies all of life, the invisible threads that connect every being and every phenomenon. This perception is not merely intellectual, it is experiential, a direct sensing of the unity that permeates the universe. It is the first step on a path that leads away from the illusion of isolation and towards a deeper understanding of our true nature. This path is not linear, it is circular, spiraling inward and outward simultaneously. It requires a fundamental reorientation of our perspective, a shift from focusing outward onto the world of appearances to looking inward towards the source of our own awareness. The outer world is a reflection of the inner state, and as we begin to purify and elevate our consciousness, the world around us begins to transform in response. The journey begins with the recognition of the need for change. It is a subtle awareness that something is missing, a sense that the current way of life is incomplete, that there is more to reality than what we perceive with our five senses. This awareness often arises from moments of deep reflection, from times of solitude and introspection, when the noise of the outer world fades and we can hear the whispers of our own inner wisdom. These whispers are the guidance of our higher self, the part of us that is connected to the universal consciousness. It is a call to step beyond the limitations of the ego, to move beyond the conditioned patterns of thought and behavior that have been passed down through generations. The higher self offers a vision of a deeper reality, a reality where love, compassion, and unity are the foundational principles. As we begin to listen to this inner guidance, we start to notice patterns in our lives that point towards our spiritual evolution. There are moments of synchronicity, events that seem to occur by coincidence but are actually guided by the unseen forces of the universe. These moments serve as signposts, confirming that we are on the right path and encouraging us to continue forward. The first step on this path is to cultivate a state of openness and receptivity. It is to let go of our preconceived notions and our attachment to the familiar, even if it means stepping into the unknown. This requires a certain amount of courage, for it means leaving the safety of the known for the promise of something greater. The second step is to develop a practice of mindfulness. This means being fully present in each moment, aware of our thoughts, feelings, and actions without judgment. It is to observe the world with curiosity and openness, to see it as it truly is, without the filters of our past experiences and conditioning. The third step is to embrace the concept of love as the fundamental energy of the universe. Love is not merely an emotion, it is the creative force that underlies all of existence. It is the energy that connects us to one another and to the universe as a whole. By cultivating love in our hearts, we can begin to tap into this creative force and bring about positive change in our lives and in the world. As we progress along this path, we begin to experience a transformation from the inside out. Our relationships become more meaningful, our work becomes more fulfilling, and our sense of purpose becomes more clear. We start to see the interconnectedness of all things, and we recognize that our actions have a profound impact on the world around us. This is not a journey that can be completed in a lifetime. It is a continuous process of growth and evolution, a journey that lasts for as long as we are alive. But it is a journey that is worth taking, for it leads to a deeper understanding of ourselves and of the universe, to a state of enlightenment and unity with all that is. The path is before us, waiting to be walked. The choice is ours to make. Will we continue on the old path, or will we step onto the new one? The answer lies within each of us, in the quiet moments of reflection, in the stillness of the heart. It is a choice that requires courage, but it is a choice that offers the promise of a more fulfilling and meaningful life. The journey of spiritual evolution is a lifelong process, a continuous unfolding of consciousness. As humanity moves forward, we are guided by the wisdom of the ages, the understanding that we are all connected and that our individual actions contribute to the collective whole. The path may be challenging, but it is also filled with wonder and discovery. By embracing the principles of interconnectedness, love, and mindfulness, we can create a future that is filled with harmony and peace. We can move beyond the limitations of the ego and tap into the infinite potential of our higher self. This is evolution, a journey towards a deeper understanding of ourselves and of the universe. As we walk this path, we are not alone. We are supported by the collective consciousness of all beings, by the wisdom of the ages, and by the infinite potential of the universe. We are part of a great unfolding, a movement towards a future that is filled with love, compassion, and unity. Let us embrace the journey, let us open our hearts to the possibilities that lie ahead, and let us create a future that is worthy of our highest aspirations and be ready to evolve. End of Awakening Spaces. The Unfolding Mystery of Consciousness. End of book.